ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Like to with the facts, pretty one girl with the stats. Marilia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies will laugh. Chocolate, take it to trial. When the truth gets loud and the last run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the house. Champagne rolling deep, we been here a while. Lights on, lights up, we gon' do this high. Take it to trial. Every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From the witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Checks cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial. Where the truth gets loud and the last run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the house. Champagne rolling deep, we been here a while. Lights on, lights up, we gon' do this live. Take it to trial. Every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after the dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics big laugh, slap, happy crews. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made it go. Take it to trial. From day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas and strong with her summer style. And in the fan and in the chat always make it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the lights on sight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Well, hopefully everybody made it over here safe and sound. We about to go into Apodaca. I should probably stop saying that. It's gonna be so bad. I wonder how long it's gonna take the jury to convict him. Any takers? No takers? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Let me see here. What am I doing here? I'm doing something. Wait a minute. I'm doing something. I'm trying to get something up. I think I'm trying to get something up. Y'all know I'm just always trying to do something. I just hope that, okay, so today is going to be the first day that we do our live verdict watch clock here. We'll take it to trial. Now, I don't know how this shit going, I don't know how it's going to play out. I mean, I was not expecting for us to go into a verdict watch for both of our trials today. I don't even know if I can do two verdict watch things at the same time. I don't even know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. So we just gonna be doing trial and error. Basically, I think. Today to see. And this is what our new little found studio that's supposed to give us a lot more flexibility. So yeah, I guess that's the best I can say about that. But I guess we will get in here. They're not at verdict watch just yet, but I'm just forewarning you on what we are looking, what we got going on here. That didn't work right. It didn't download transparent. Let me download it again. Sorry, guys. Let me put that in the trash. I got another one that I'm about to put up that should be more transparent. I guess we'll see. I created it and I don't know. I'll just be trying stuff. I created it in Canva. So I'm gonna add it to our thing so we can have it when it's time for Verdict Watch, and we'll just see kind of like what it does and kind of go from there. See how I put the Verdict Watch down here at the bottom? I don't know. We're gonna see what it do when it's time to do it. Make it do what it do. Okay, let me get the courtroom feed up. Okay, so there is our courtroom feed. And I know we about to go into closing statements and jury instructions. That's what we're about to be doing. I think I got too many windows open. Okay. One good thing is that we can listen to this on a faster pace if necessary. So you guys can let me know with his jury instructions. I don't know how slow he's gonna be, but we can see. I'm just getting this past. I guess I don't know what they were doing at this point in time, but they're not talking. Oh, maybe they were talking. Shoot. Dang it.
For the closing statement. Originally, I was thinking about just holding up the box to the evidence, since we can't access the evidence directly as a demonstrative. We were considering using that in our closing, Your Honor, just for the DNA demonstration.
Have you seen the items,
I
Counsel?
brought it up, Ms. Murphy.
I haven't seen them, Your Honor. He did mention it to me a minute ago.
We'll need to arrange for you to see them and then see if there's any objection. In terms of scheduling, I'll have you rest in front of the jury.
Okay.
And then I'll instruct, and then State's Counsel will make her closing, and then we'll recess. And that'll be their bathroom break, because when we come back from that, defense will do its closing, and then the state will do its reply, and then we'll give them the case. I also alerted the bailiff to be ready. It takes about an hour and a half to have anything delivered to the courthouse for their lunch, so they probably will place their order during the first recess. Do you have packets?
I would like to go through them very quickly.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take another recess, let you and counsel look through those. Ms. Murphy, if you'd like to go with Mr. Nair down to the first floor to look at whatever they want to bring up. He hasn't let them through. He won't let them through. He wouldn't let somebody through with a baseball bat, so he wasn't going to let anybody through with a wooden sword either.
Okay.
So go take a look at them and see if there's any objection.
Judge, one more item we do have, the list of exhibits with the numbers. Defense has seen it agreed, so.
So we'll send it back as an aid to the jury.
I'll just leave it right up here.
Okay. Is it, okay. Go ahead and we'll go off the record and let you collate.
Great, thank you, Judge.
In this case, instruction number 2, the law presumes the defendant to be innocent. Instruction number 3, you are the sole judges of the facts. Instruction number 4, your verdict must represent the considered judgment. Instruction number 5, you must not concern yourself with the consequences. Instruction number 6, you are the sole judges, you alone are the judges of the credibility. Number 7, each crime charged. Number 8, you must not draw any inference of guilt. Number 9, you must consider whether the defendant. Number 10, you should consider each opinion received. Number 11, an expert witness. Number 12 is the first element's instruction for count number 1. Instruction number 13 is accessory liability for the defendant to be found guilty. Instruction number 14 is the elements instruction for second degree. Instruction number 15 is the elements instruction for count number 2, conspiracy. Instruction number 16 is, in addition to the other elements, the intent instruction. Instruction number 17 is the definition of great bodily harm. Instruction number 18 is you have been instructed on the crimes of first degree, willful, and second degree for count 1. Instruction number 19 to aid you in your deliberations. Instruction number 20 is in this case as to the charge of murder in the first degree. Instruction number 21 is in this case, there are 2 possible verdicts as to count 2. Then we have a read-only instruction, which is now the lawyers will argue. And then we have the final instruction, which will be number 22, and you're getting me a copy with the alternates' names in there.
And Judge, we can actually have one, we can have one printed. It's going to take a few minutes though.
That's fine, because we're not going to get to that instruction until after closings are done. We even have a break between now and then. And then I have verdict forms. As to count number 1, I have guilty and not guilty, first degree. Then I have guilty and not guilty as to second degree. Then I have guilty and not guilty as to the conspiracy charge, which is count 2. And there are no special questions for the jury. Is there anything else before we have the jury come in? Let's talk about the other issue. Is there anything else about instructions?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. And the court had counsel go down and look at the demonstrative exhibit. Is there any objection?
I objected to one of the swords, Your Honor, and I don't object to defense using the other one for the limited purposes that he offered it to me, that he was going to use it.
Mr. Nye?
That's correct, Judge, and we're fine with that. The
Okay.
other one is back in the car.
So you sent one back and the other one's sitting at the front desk, or where?
The other one is in the PD office. It was brought up by the sheriff.
Okay.
And he said he will bring it when we do our closing.
Okay. So scheduling wise, Corporal, the state's going to close first. We're going to take a break, and then the defense will close after that. So during the break, you can make sure that counsel has that available.
Okay.
Okay?
And do you want me to have it here in front?
It's not an exhibit. You can put it up here. Actually, why don't you give it to defense counsel, and whenever you intend to use that as part of your presentation, you can retrieve it from counsel table.
Your Honor, I think
My preference was that it not be located over on the side of the courtroom, Your Honor.
I don't think we have an
if it
extra
is,
table up here in front of me. I don't want it sitting on the counter for all of the closing.
I have one of the deputies here with it.
That's it. That's too much show. It should be available to defense counsel. You can just stand it inside this little counter in front of me during the break.
Understood.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else before we call in the jury?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Nothing for defense.
All right, let's bring in our jury. Yes, thank you. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's go back on the record. We reconvene in criminal cause D101CR 2023-25 with counsel, Mr. Apodaca, and the jury all present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'd like to thank you for your patience this morning. The attorneys and I have been working, getting ready to begin the day. So let's get started. The state having rested in its case in chief, we turn to the defense. Testimony evidence on behalf of Mr. Apodaca. Counsel.
Defense will rest, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, with the defense having rested, that concludes the proofs or the cases for the both parties. So you have heard all of the evidence in the case now. It is my duty to tell you the law that you must follow in this case. What I'm going to do next, ladies and gentlemen, is go through and read the jury instructions to you. Before I begin, let you know that you're going to have a written copy of all of the instructions, but we read the instructions to you at this point in time because the attorneys often like to argue as part of their closing statements to you the relationship between the evidence that you have heard and the law that governs the case. So, just wait a second for everyone to have a seat. Let's begin. Instruction number 1. The law governing this case is contained in the instructions that I am about to give to you. It is your duty to follow the laws contained in these instructions. You must consider these instructions as a whole. You must not pick out one instruction or parts of an instruction and disregard the others. A copy of these instructions will be given to you when you begin your deliberations. Instruction number 2. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of guilt. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required that the state prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. The test is one of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. Number 3, you alone are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here in court. Your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Instruction number 4. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agrees. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to consult with one another and to try and reach an agreement. However, you are not required to give up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you must do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own view and to change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the purpose of reaching a verdict. You are judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in the case. Instruction number 5. You must not concern yourself with the consequences of your verdict. Instruction number 6. Excuse me. You alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In determining the credit to be given to any witness, you should take into account his or her truthfulness or untruthfulness, his or her ability and opportunity to observe, his or her memory, his or her manner while testifying, any interest or bias he or she may have, and the reasonableness of his or her testimony considered in the light of all the evidence in the case. Instruction number 7, each crime charged in the indictment should be considered separately. Instruction number 8, you must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 9. You may consider whether the defendant committed domestic violence against Kianna McCauley on April 4th, 2022, and facilitated sex work of Kianna McCauley other than the crimes charged in this case for the purpose of determining the existence of the intent and knowledge that he could have aided and abetted the murder, which is a necessary element of the crimes charged, and the preparation or plan to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate, as an accessory, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate. Instruction number 10. You should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you think it deserves. If you should conclude that the reasons given in support of an opinion are not sound, or that for any other reason the opinion is not correct, you may disregard the opinion entirely. Instruction number 10. An expert witness is a witness who, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, has become an expert in a subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons stated for the opinion, giving them such weight as you think they deserve. You may reject an opinion entirely if you conclude it is unsound. Excuse me. For you to find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant killed Grace Jennings. 2, the defendant was with the deliberate intention to take away the life of Grace Jennings or another human being. 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 29th day, 2022. A deliberate intention refers to the state of mind of the defendant. A deliberate intention may be inferred from all of the facts and circumstances of the killing. The word deliberate means arrived at or determined upon as a result of careful thought and the weighing of the consideration for and against the proposed course of action. A calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberate intention to kill. To constitute a deliberate killing, the slayer must weigh and consider the question of killing and the reasons for and against such a choice. Instruction number 13. For a defendant to be found guilty of a crime, even though the defendant did not do the acts constituting the crime, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. 2, another person committed the crime. 3, the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. Instruction number 14. For you to find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree, a lesser included offense of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant killed Grace Jennings. 2, the defendant knew his acts created a strong probability of death or great bodily harm to Grace Jennings. And 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about October 9th, 2022. Instruction number 15. For you to find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 2, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. One, the defendant and another by words or acts agreed together to commit murder in the first degree. 2, the defendant and the other intended to commit murder in the first degree. 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about October the 29th, 2029. I apologize for my voice. I've got allergies, and the smoke that we have from the surrounding forest fires that we have is not helping. Instruction number 16. In addition to the other elements of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted intentionally when he committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when he purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime, even though he may not know that the act is unlawful. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which he acts, the means used, his conduct, and any statements made by him. Instruction number 17 is a definition. Great bodily harm means an injury to a person which creates a high probability of death. Instruction number 18. You have been instructed on the crimes of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, and murder in the second degree as charged in count 1. It is up to you, the jury, to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on the crimes charged in count number 1. However, to return a verdict, you must follow the procedure described in the next instruction. Instruction number 19. To aid you in your deliberations in returning your verdict, you will be provided both guilty and not guilty verdict forms for each of the crimes charged in count number 1. Unless you unanimously agree on a verdict, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. Although you may deliberate the crimes charged in count 1 in any manner and order which you may choose, you must return your verdicts for each offense charged in count 1 in the order as they are instructed. Under this procedure, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, you should sign the guilty verdict form for the offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on murder of the first degree, willful and deliberate, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. You should only return a verdict on murder in the second degree if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, murder and deliberate. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, you must sign the not guilty verdict form for murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, before returning a verdict on any other crime charged in count 1. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree, you should sign the guilty verdict for that offense. If you do not reach a unanimous verdict on murder in the second degree, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense. Instruction number 20. In this case, as to the charge of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, in count number 1, there are 4 possible verdicts as to the defendant, Isaac Sampson Apodaca. 1, guilty of murder in the first degree. 2, not guilty of murder in the first degree. 3, guilty of murder in the second degree. 4, not guilty of murder in the second degree. You must consider each of these crimes. You should be sure that you fully understand the elements of each crime before you deliberate further. You have the discretion to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on these counts, but you must return a unanimous verdict of not guilty on murder of the first degree, willful and deliberate, before entering a verdict on murder in the second degree. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate. Then that, if you decide that let me start that paragraph over. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate. Then that is the only form of verdict which is to be signed as to the count. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, then you should sign only the not guilty form as to murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach unanimous verdict on murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining crime. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, you will then go on to a consideration of the crime of murder in the second degree. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree, then that is the only form of verdict which should be signed. But if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the crime of murder in the second degree, then you should only sign the verdict form, only sign that verdict form. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on murder in the second degree, you should not sign the verdict form for that crime. You may not find the defendant guilty of more than one of the foregoing crimes. If you have reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant has committed any of the crimes, you must determine that the defendant is not guilty of that crime. If you find the defendant not guilty of all crimes in count 1, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 21. In this case, there are 2 possible verdicts as to count number 2. 1, guilty, and 2, not guilty. Only one of the possible verdicts may be signed by you. If you have agreed upon one verdict, that form of verdict is the only form to be signed. The other form is to be left unsigned. Ladies and gentlemen, now the lawyers will argue the case to you. What is said in argument is not evidence. It is the opportunity of the lawyers to discuss the evidence and the law as I have instructed you. Under our rules, the state has the right to argue first. The defense may then argue, and then the state may reply. Who will close for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
You may get set up, Ms. Murphy, and then you may proceed. Before she begins, just to kind of give you a heads up on the schedule, Ms. Murphy's going to make her closing statement to you. Then we're going to take a recess while the defense prepares, and then we'll bring you back in, and we'll hear the defense's closing statement and then the state's reply. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have my PowerPoint published onto the screens?
Yes. Are the monitors up in the jury box? Okay. Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning. Let me begin by thanking you again. This has been a long several days. You've seen a lot of evidence. I think there's 91 exhibits, some of them with many, many photos on those discs. You've reviewed hundreds of pages of records, and you've been very attentive throughout, and we thank you for your time and attention in this case. Let's talk about what this case is about and what the state has done to prove its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. This case is about caused, helped, encouraged. Kiara McCauley killed Grace Jennings around 1:30 in the afternoon on October 29th, 2022. After Isaac handed her the sword, it was Kiara that slashed and stabbed Grace on the bed in that garage until Grace was dead. Kiara is the principal in this case, the principal actor, but her accomplice, the partner that she was dependent on, was the long-standing architect of this murder. We know Kiara killed Grace Jennings. 1, because she told us. We know that it was Kiara's DNA that could be recovered on the sword handle, and that the minor profile, the DNA that wasn't Kiara's, was also present, but it was too insufficient for further testing or conclusions. We know that Kiara's latent prints or fingerprints were the only ones that could be matched, and others were not sufficient for comparison. And we have been very clear about this position throughout the trial. Kiara killed Grace Jennings. But it is not required in this case that Isaac Apodaca inflicted any injuries on Grace for him to be guilty of first-degree murder under an aided and abetted theory. Isaac Apodaca is not accused of being the one that wielded the sword. But as I said, he aided and abetted, or was the accomplice or the helper, in this crime, and he therefore can be held to be guilty of first-degree murder. And you will have 2 charges in front of you with a step down as to count 1. You heard the judge talk about a second-degree murder option. Today this morning in this first portion of my discussion with you, I'm going to focus on the first-degree murder, as from the state's perspective, that is the appropriate charge for you to return a guilty verdict on. The state is asking you to convict on that first-degree murder because the deliberate intention or the willful and deliberate planning, premeditation that is evident throughout this case shows that there was planning, conversations, forethought, all put into the murder of Grace Jennings. So let's start with a quick timeline of kind of where people are and how their bodies are moving through this case. At 11:52, we have a message from Kiara to Isaac saying, "Did y'all just get to the garage?" From Kiara to Isaac, referencing Isaac and Grace. We know that Mr. Apodaca stated to Sergeant V. Hill that he thought that Grace arrived around, I think he said 11:42 or maybe it was 11:47 in the evening. At 12:04, we have the response of "I'm here." And that was Kiara after she'd left the park where she was initially waiting to initially commit this murder or maybe take Grace into the tunnels to do it. And after the defendant changed his plan, as Kiara spoke about, she then returned back to the house. And you'll see the messages in between when you review the evidence, if you'd like, about the back and forth, about just come back here. But in terms of where Kiara was at 12:04 a.m., she had moved back to the location at 5941 Jaguar from the park. At 2 a.m., there's a message telling Isaac to go in the house for a bit, that Grace and Kiara talk for a while. We know that Kiara was really working through some mixed feelings on Grace, and in some ways felt bad for her, and in some ways was very much pulled into this homicidal delusion that Grace had somehow facilitated a gang rape of her years prior. At about 3 a.m., Isaac asks to come back in, so we know that he returns back into the garage. And then for the next several hours, as we know, they message back and forth about how they are going to kill Grace. The final message that we know is right before the murder is from Isaac Apodaca to Kiara on Facebook. And that's the one where he talks about she admitted it. And we know that it is the gang rape. This is kind of the final psychological blow that helps Kiara become enraged enough to finally push forward and kill Grace Jennings. At 1:34 p.m. on Isaac Apodaca's phone that we see in the Celebrate extraction from his actual physical device, the one that was taken off of him at AP Wireless, the one that Sergeant V. Hill reviewed with him, there's a search of how to dispose of a body. At 1:42 in the afternoon, just shortly after that, that's when Isaac first calls his mom for help. He'd called her earlier about asking for a ride as part of Operation Fake Kickout. But at this point, he calls his mom for help. Now, it's been a bit of a misnomer in this case that Isaac called 911. And let's be very clear. Isaac Apodaca never called 911. He called his mommy. And then his mom called 911. And then dispatch called Isaac and he didn't answer. And then eventually, after several minutes, he called them back. But Isaac did not go and run and ask for help from paramedics or first responders or law enforcement. His mom did. His mom is the one that kicked off the law enforcement response. Now, you're going to have a series of jury instructions. You just heard the court read them to you. And they're about as much fun to read as dishwasher assembly instructions and about as important to this case as the nuclear codes. So, have fun digging into those. But those are your roadmap. Those are the rules handed down to you from the court on what you have to find in this case and the rules that you have to follow. After count 1 in the instructions, we call those the element instructions, and we'll look at them in a minute, you'll see the definition of aided and abetted. And again, I think you're picking up on this and have throughout this case, that is what the defendant is being charged with. And that instruction states that the defendant may be found guilty of a crime even though he did not do the acts constituting the crime if the state proves to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt, a doubt based upon reason and common sense, that each of the following elements. Let's look at the murder instruction. The aided and abetted. 1, the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. Well, that is plainly evident in this case. Do it, just swing and don't regret the aim. Hours and hours of texting or messaging, handing her the sword, bringing Grace over. Of course this was intentional and that was his goal all along. 2, another person committed the crime. Well, Yep, that happened. Kiara McCauley killed Grace Jennings. And 3, the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. Caused, helped, encouraged, caused. So what crime are we talking about? What underlying offense do we have to prove happened? Well, we have to prove that there was a murder, that it was a first-degree murder. Murder in the first degree, this is called the elements instruction. You'll see the 1, 2, and 3. The defendant killed Grace Jennings. Now, because of the aided and abetted instruction, this refers to the person who committed the actual crime, Kiara. But then the defendant, Mr. Apodaca, kind of stands in the shoes of Kiara under the aided and abetted theory. Kiara killed Grace Jennings. Yep. The killing was with the deliberate intention to take away the life of Grace Jennings or any other human being. We absolutely know that this was deliberate. This was intentional. This was a long, prolonged, planned event. And this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29th, 2022. I think this is probably the most undisputed element between myself and defense. We know it happened at 5941 Jaguar Drive on October 9th of 2022. We know that because of the police response, because of the autopsy, because of the messages, because of all of the evidence in this case. This happened here in the state of New Mexico on that date. Now, this deliberate intention, now this is what sets first-degree murder apart from second-degree murder. And this is what's so important that you understand that a first-degree murder was committed in this case. So a deliberate intention refers to the state of the mind of the defendant, Kiara, in this case, because she's the actual murderer. The deliberate intention may be inferred from all of the facts and circumstances around the killing. And the word deliberate means arrived at or determined upon as a result of careful thought, such as weighing out the pros and cons, maybe thinking about which weapons to use, weighing the consideration for and against the proposed course of action. Things like, how are we going to clean up the mess? Once this happens, it cannot be undone. These are all quotes from the messages and the exchanges between Mr. Apodaca and Kiara McCauley. And all of this information reflects that deliberate intention. This was not a rash, impulsive decision. This was a calculated judgment and a decision that can be arrived at in a short period of time, but in this case, wasn't. Why do we know that? We know that Kiara had homicidal fantasies fueled by the defendant, not for days, not for weeks, not for months, but for years. She had started believing this gang rape notion and started harboring hate in her heart for Grace for a very prolonged period. And one of the ways we know that is Kianna Aguilar. Kianna Aguilar stated that she was hanging out with Kiara 6 months to a year prior to the actual murder, and that Kiara talked about a plan for her and Isaac to lure Grace over and to kill her using a sharp-bladed instrument. So this was not some unconsidered rash impulse. This was an intent to kill, and it had been building and in the works for a very, very long time. It just so happened that the night that Grace needed somewhere to stay and reached out to someone that she thought was a friend or would be helpful is the final thing that made it all possible. And as I said, there has to be this weighing or this consideration of killing and the reasons for and against such a choice. Kiara acknowledged, I thought I had reasons. I felt I had reasons to kill Grace. And those reasons had been continually supplied and pushed and nudged by Isaac Apodaca. Count 2 is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant and another, in this case Kiara, by words or acts agreed together to commit murder in the first degree. And the defendant and the other person intended to commit murder in the first degree, and again, this happened in New Mexico. Now, this part of the crime this crime is complete very, very early on in the evening. As they have formulated the plan, as they are continuing to work out the details, as they have brought Grace or had Grace procured, that conspiracy, that crime is complete very early on, and that's why it stands alone from the aided and abetted of the actual murder. The murder itself is not complete until Grace is dead. I think that's pretty common sense. So the conspiracy, count 2, is actually kind of first in time, and then the murder, which is a long aided and abetted process, caused, helped, or encouraged. You're going to hear me say that a painful number of times this morning, is from the beginning throughout until Grace is no longer with us. How do we know Grace died, and how do we know that Grace was murdered? We do have to prove that a murder occurred. Well, we talked to OMI, or Office of the Medical Investigator, Dr. Emily Helmrich. She performed the autopsy, and she located significant and devastating injuries all over Grace's body. There was over a dozen stab wounds and incised wounds, incised being the slice, stabs being kind of a poke or a penetrating wound. There were some that went in Grace's back, exited out her front. These wounds, once inflicted, which would take time to inflict, given the number and the direction and the range of these different types of wounds, once the fatal wounds were inflicted, it would have taken minutes to kill Grace. And we're not able to say, is minutes more than 1 minute? Is it more than 5, or is it more than 10? We don't know. And science and medicine have limits, but we know that it would have been minutes. We know that her lungs and liver and other organs were severely damaged, and that she died as a result of sharp force injuries. The cause and manner of death was the sharp force injuries and homicide. Now, also of note are that some of the injuries, many of them, the ones to the head and neck, the carotid injury, the slicing injuries kind of above the ears, a lot of those were post-mortem. So we heard throughout the case, and I don't want to go through every witness. I know you've taken notes, you've paid attention, but throughout the case, we have heard about our case agent, Sergeant Javier Vigil. Sergeant Vigil was on his way home, or about to head home after a SWAT call on October 29th, and he was the either lucky or unlucky individual to get tapped to take on this case for the Violent Crimes Unit. He responded to the scene, did a quick assessment, the scene was sealed, and then he began his interviews. He interviewed, as we know, Isaac Apodaca, Kianna Davis, and in the days, weeks, months, and years that have followed, he has progressively built a case that you all have seen. He executed over 15 search warrants, some for the devices that he already had consent to search, but he decided to take a belt and suspenders approach to make sure that that information could get to all of us. He executed DNA warrants, which does help us understand that Kianna was the primary individual utilizing that sword. He interviewed witnesses that didn't end up having any relevance, just to rule them out. Even though Isaac Apodaca's confession and all of the evidence that Kianna was the killer could have potentially been a stopping point for him, he knew better and proceeded to build out a very full and very extensive case. That is why we have 91 plus exhibits to hand to you, because this was a complete and thorough investigation. As part of that investigation, he interviewed the defendant. Now, the defendant's interview, he had already been Mirandized by Cesar Ornelas at AP Wireless. But again, belt and suspenders, Sergeant Vigil Mirandized him, even though at that point, Isaac wasn't really a suspect. They thought that this could maybe just all be Kianna. They didn't have all the information because the investigation was developing. He read him his rights. He reviewed that form with him, as he does any other witness that is in a custodial interview, or an interview where he just is concerned that maybe it'll lead to a custodial interview, one where that they may not be able to leave by the end of the interview. And over about the 2.5-ish hours of the interview, right before, Isaac was given the opportunity to go get some water, bathroom breaks were allowed, the handcuffs were removed. Isaac initially gave a very lengthy version of events that placed the blame solely on Kianna, implied he had no idea that the murder was going to take place. He got teary. He breathed heavily. He seemed scared and nervous, which could just be that you're interviewing with the police, and sometimes the police are intimidating. But he really drew out a lot of details about how creepy and violent Kianna was being. Details that really don't play out in the rest of the evidence in this case. For example, he said that he had a butterfly knife drug across his face. No such butterfly knife was recovered. In fact, Kianna talked about that butterfly knife and said, oh no, I had lost that before that night. After his lengthy version of events that fully distanced himself from the crime, that fully play into this notion that he had no idea that it was going to happen, he's just a boyfriend in this house trying to navigate a complex dynamic between these two ladies, and poor him, he's so traumatized. He ultimately agrees to go through his phone. And that decision was his to make. And whether that ultimately ended up being unwise is probably pretty evident. Maybe he just thought that they were only going to look at the messages between him and Grace. We don't know, and we can't speculate why he agreed. But he did. He gave a consent to search the phone. And we see as Sergeant Vigil sits down with him with the phone in hand as he kind of scrolls through it, and they begin talking about the messages. The messages between Kiara and Isaac, or the null void, and the Froggy McCullough account, he starts reviewing them kind of about 2/3 of the way through. It appears that he starts reviewing more after the series of little dog emojis that Kiara spent about 50 pages with. But somewhere in that range, Isaac Apodaca says, everything after this isn't me. She says, okay. They go back to the beginning. Well, at the very beginning are messages that immediately began to trouble, and I think weird out, it might be the term that Sergeant Vigil uses, things that implicate Isaac very, very early on. From the early text about bringing Grace to the park versus the apartment, to the final messages of, she admitted it to me. He reviewed them with him. He gave him the opportunity to explain them. He went back through from that midpoint where he started at the beginning, and then ran back through. And then eventually, he confronted him with the inconsistencies that he was seeing. The defendant lied a lot in his interview. He lied about the reason for bringing Grace over, that he thought he could keep her safe. We know that the murder plot had long been in development and shifted on and off in terms of how throughout the evening. Because Kiara was already at the park when Grace was brought over. She was already dressed like a monster dude. She already had her sword with her. This plot had long been in place, and the defendant tried to lie and say that it was just to keep a friend safe. He said the conversations about cleaning up a mess were related to someone pooping in the bed that they were all laying in, and that if crime scene technicians looked through all the bedding, they would see human feces. Those messages are plainly about cleaning up the murder, hydrogen peroxide and cold water washes to get blood and other evidence out. 2, I asked the crime scene technician about every piece of bedding that was in that garage, and none of it, thankfully, had human feces on it. You do have that evidence here if it is bloody and you would need to use your gloves and follow procedures to open it up. But if you want to inspect those items yourself, ladies and gentlemen, they've all been admitted as evidence for you. There's no poop in the bed. Isaac said that he didn't want anything to happen to Grace. But then he ultimately admitted that he did. It took a while for him to get there, but it was not the result of any coercion or threats or intimidation. It was just after being confronted with his lies over and over and over, and the nonsense that he was using to try and explain the text messages that he was clearly putting in a different context, not based on the reality of this case. He makes an admission.
Messages I just meant what I said.
So did you want Grace dead kind of because of all that?
I did.
Okay.
Did you want Grace dead because of all of that? Isaac responds, I did. He intended for the murder to happen. He's acknowledged in this case, in his statements and the messages, that he knew that Kiara had wanted to kill Grace for a very, very long time. As I mentioned, this was not a secret. Kiara said that she'd told multiple people and that she'd had lots of conversations with Isaac about it. This was not some shocking development. This was something that he had put into the works, that he was aware of, that he was facilitating. You heard some clips from some recorded conversations of the defendant while we're talking about his statements. He acknowledges in those calls that Null Void was one of his accounts. He tries to say that it was hacked, and there's no evidence of that. He tries to lay out a narrative that he didn't think anything was going to happen to Grace, which we know is contradicted. He said that Kiara had Russian KGB-style powers over him to trigger him, which seems nonsensical based on Kiara's testimony and appearance. It's your job to weigh the credibility of witnesses. And one of the things that you can consider is how they appear when they're testifying to you. doubtful that she possesses KGB Russian spy-style skills of manipulation over someone. He insists he wasn't actually part of the planning. So this change in narrative from what he admits to in this police interview is reflective. And what does that reflect? It reflects that he's trying to shift the narrative and how that shows how manipulative Isaac Apodaca attempts to be. He tried to manipulate, and he did manipulate Kiara. He tried to manipulate Sergeant Vigil, and maybe it worked for a little while until the text messages were discovered, and he attempts to manipulate his mom in these recorded calls. So this case has a lot of messages, Facebook and text messages or SMS messages, ones that are sent from a phone number to a phone number, as opposed from a Facebook account to another Facebook account. Who sent them? Well, when you look, you will see that all Isaac's phone. We know that because we see Sergeant Vigil scrolling through the conversation as it's housed on Isaac's actual physical device. We know from the Celebrate extraction that Facebook Messenger was being used during that entire time frame on Isaac Apodaca's phone to send Facebook messages, the ones that Sergeant Vigil had received. So we know that there wasn't some other device that had hacked into that account. It was his phone accessing that account throughout that entire conversation. We know from the Facebook search warrant of the records as they're housed at Meta in California or wherever their servers are, that those are the conversations with identifying features that show that it was Isaac Apodaca communicating with Kiara McCauley, including that the null void account was discovered as it was linked or attached to Isaac Apodaca's other account, which was labeled Isaac Apodaca, as Sergeant Vigil stated. And I've referenced common sense. You are individuals that we assume possess reason and the ability to utilize common sense. It would be nonsensical to believe that Kiara McCauley spent 14 hours in possession of Isaac Apodaca's phone or accessing his accounts and his phone and was sitting there texting herself back and forth about a murder plot over the period of 15 hours with some of those messages seconds or milliseconds apart. That's nonsense. Common sense dictates that there are two individuals having those conversations, and that those two individuals are Kiara McCauley and Isaac Apodaca. And then, of course, we have Isaac's own admissions. He admitted ultimately to Sergeant Vigil that he, in fact, was the sender. Now, this picture is on page 66 of the Facebook message return. It was sent about 5:44 a.m. In his police interview, Isaac Apodaca identifies that as himself as he's laying across the foot of the bed. And when I reference page 66, it's, if you choose to review those records, it'll be as it's notated in the top right corner of the records return, not page 66 of the PDF itself. This was sent at 5:44 a.m. from Kiara to Isaac. As we know, Isaac identified himself. And what you can see in this picture, although it's blurry, you can see Isaac Apodaca's face at about, if this was a clock face, about the 3 o'clock on the image. And what's interesting about this is that you can see there's a light coming up from below and lighting kind of the underside of his left cheek. And why is there a light there, ladies and gentlemen? Because he possessed his own cell phone during this time frame. This is one other piece of cross-corroboration that these individuals are the ones who are plotting and planning, that Isaac Apodaca is actively participating, he's encouraging, he's causing, he's helping. Let's talk about Kiara McCauley. I believe I told you in my opening statement that Kiara would come across as strange, as potentially kind of a broken or troubled person, and maybe as someone who would do anything for love. We know that she was 19 years old at the time of the murder. We know that they were residing in the garage because Isaac wanted her away from her mom. We know that she believed Isaac for a whole slew of reasons, including a belief that he could potentially be the Archangel Gabriel or a voice box for the Archangel Gabriel, because he knew things about her that nobody else knew. Her deepest, darkest secrets, she believed he knew. We know that his nickname for her was Puggle or Puggy. You see that throughout the messages. and that she called him Otter. Kianna came pursuant to her plea agreement, and she testified before you. As I said, the credibility of every single witness is for you to decide. And I would assert that Kianna, for all of her flaws, for all of her difficult to understand personality traits, was credible. Now, she took a plea. Kianna McCauley, and you have that plea paperwork in the exhibits, has previously pleaded guilty to aggravated second-degree murder, which is a lesser offense of count 1, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And I want to be really clear here. Just because she took a plea to aggravated second-degree murder, that doesn't mean that that's the only level of crime that she committed. Kianna McCauley absolutely committed first-degree murder. But in exchange, as a bargained for exchange for her cooperation, she was allowed to plead to a step down charge. So that does not necessarily mean that she only committed aggravated second-degree murder. She didn't. She acknowledged that she committed willful and deliberate first-degree murder by talking about her reasons to do so, the planning, and all of the steps she took. This is a bargain for exchange. She also, as I said, pleaded to the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder due to the words and acts that she and Isaac engaged in to plot things. We heard from Dr. Michael Wellner, and boy, is he a talker. He's an expert in forensic psychiatry, and he loves to talk about his job and all of the conclusions that he has drawn. And he gave us 3 psychiatric or psychological themes to consider. And the first one is coercive control. And this relates to the research on people who are drawn into sex work by their partners. He said that as that happens, much like happened here, that Kianna was drawn into prostituting herself on Skip the Games and escort website, with Isaac Apodaca keeping the money, that a dependence forms, that the female, in this case, loses personal agency or their ability to make choices and determinations for themselves. They get pulled into the financial support of their partner because their partner takes the money and keeps it. It leads to dominance, a theme throughout this case. It leads to secrecy, like we see in Kianna keeping the ongoing sex work a secret from Lanny after Lanny told both her and Isaac that the sex work had to stop. And the lead up to this coercive control dynamic, is that it leads to further traumatic events. And as this goes on, the benefit throughout all of this, there's evident throughout this case, is there's a benefit to the dominant person. And there can be a economic or financial benefit, right? Your girlfriend goes and has sex for money and you take the money and are able to buy Gundam models or whatever you want with it and control the financial aspects of the relationship. But there's also a psychological benefit, and that's power and that's control. Now, as I said, this coercive control dynamic leads to traumatic events, and we see that in this case. We know that Kianna McCauley was sexually assaulted in the course of her sex work on Halloween of 2021. We know that because Lanny took her for her rape kit. And we know that because of other statements in this case. Now, forensic psychiatry understands the notion of the idea of staying together even after a sexual assault, such as in the course of prostitution that one's partner has encouraged, or getting back together even after a violent domestic violence episode where maybe someone has their thumb broken or is beaten very badly. These encounters can lead to trauma bonding. And one of the hallmarks is that the submissive person begins to internalize or take on in their own mind, heart, body, what have you, the dominant person's perspective. Things like not agreeing to continue on with a criminal case because you don't want it to hurt your partner. And you think about the benefits or the challenges that could pose for them as opposed to your own safety, your own security, your own health. We also heard about the term gaslighting, which is, I think, a pretty trendy term we hear a lot. I accuse my husband of it every time he leaves the toilet seat up and tells me he didn't. Apparently, I'm misusing that. Gaslighting is a much deeper psychological concept, and that involves convincing an individual of things that lead them to questioning their own reality. such as telling someone that you saw a video of them on the dark web of them being gang raped and an ex accepting money for it. And you begin to take on that absolutely distorted reality over the process of being gaslighted for a period of time. And we know that this coercive control dynamic, the elements of trauma bonding, and the gaslighting that went on is what fueled so much of Kiara's rage, her hatred for Grace, her conflicted feelings about Grace, because on the one hand, she still kind of loved her, but on the other hand, she's grown to believe that this person is a monster who pimped her out to a bunch of men for money and is a sex trafficker. The gaslighting can lead to the belief that your individual is essentially a vigilante sex trafficking serial killer who's part or founded a group called Ghost. All of these distorted realities derive from the coercion, the trauma bonding, the control, the very toxic, I think is how Kianna Aguilar described the relationship dynamic, the dynamic that was present on October 28th into the 29th between Kiara and Isaac. So, the domestic violence and the sex work are being offered to you for a very limited purpose, and you have an instruction on this. It's important that you follow that instruction and only consider this evidence for the purpose that the judge has allowed you to consider it in those instructions. It's permitted to show the defendant's intent on October 28th, 2022. So we're not saying because he beat her up in April of 2022, on that date in April, he thought, oh, 6 months from now, I'm going to be able to get her to murder someone. It's the intent on the date of the incident. Based on their past interactions, he knew what he could push Kiara to do. Things that are...
Hold on a second, Counsel. Again, everyone, before we continue, please check and make sure your phones are off.
We knew that he could push Kiara to do things that an average person would not do. An average person does not hear that their partner has formed a Ghost and has a kill count of 40, and there are kill lists made for them without any sort of other corroboration or evidence, and just believes them. He knew, based on these prior experiences, what he could get Kiara to do. Things that aren't smart or in her best interest or safe. He could compel her. It's also relevant for you to consider for their relationship dynamic and how it led to this. Now, Dr. Wellner talked about a series of inducements or benefits and a series of persuasions that are absolutely visible throughout the Facebook messages and the SMS messages. I'm not going to talk about every single one. You have those messages. We've heard them at times, or at length, excuse me. The first one is that, in terms of a benefit that she would derive, is that she would move up the ranks in Ghost, and she would get perks on the black market. That was sent about 3:38 p.m., that's on page 37 of the Facebook records. At 5:55 a.m., on page 68, is, I just want you to do it so you can feel that rush of adrenaline. Adrenaline makes you feel good. He was trying to say, kill Grace and you'll feel better. We see that even more. So these are two of the inducements or the benefits, the power, the money, the sense of belonging in this organization that she could derive. And she believed in this organization so much that she let Isaac Apodaca tattoo her with some sort of insignia or ranking symbol on her body. Persuasions. He told her to use the dagger because it's blunt, and blunt cuts like butter. A little bit confusing, but it's what he said at 3:10 a.m. on page 35. The death will be instant. And this is after she said, well, will it be instant? He said, yeah. Just aim. At 3:52 a.m. on page 55 of the records, he goes into a bit hitting on the Grace gang rape fantasy, delusion. She sold you into the sex trade. Just swing and don't regret the aim. This is a short list. There are dozens of examples throughout these messages of him engaging in persuasions. And what's another word for persuasions? Encouragement. Again, ladies and gentlemen, helped, caused, and encouraged. We know he helped Grace Jennings. We know he did not help Grace Jennings. We know that he helped Kiara McCauley. We know through the lens of Dr. Michael Wellner how he's able to get her to do this, how he's able to cause this murder to ultimately happen. And we know he encouraged over and over and over again. And you can see in those messages times where Kiara backs off or says, can you do it? Or what about this? She ultimately was agreeing to Operation Kickout when he sends that final message to really try and push her and then hands her the sword. Over and over again, he aids and abets the first-degree murder. And that's why he's guilty of first-degree murder. One of the ones from the text messages on the phone itself, and this is right around the time in the Facebook messages, one of them tells the other one to switch to text. You may remember that I had Sergeant Vigil point that out. You'll see around 6 a.m. in the messages, which unfortunately you're going to have to work on converting from UTC to local time. There's a message that says text, like switch to text. And around that time, he states, Isaac Apodaca from his cell phone, with the dagger, bring it up, turn flat, south to north, and with hilt east to west. She says something in response, and then he says, then turn it blade east to west, hilt north to south, and voila, she dead. This reflects, again, the intentionality behind these acts. There is no doubt that they were plotting all of the different ways that they could kill Grace Jennings and all the ways that they could ultimately clean up for it. Puggle, I'm wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. This is an explicit reference to the suffering that Kiara felt that she had suffered from Grace. At times in the messages, Kiara talks about, I'm hurting, babe. Can you please get rid of her? This is too much for me. And then at times, of course, she does actively participate because she's so tied into this delusion. Persuasions. But at 6:06 a.m., Puggle, I'm wanting you to kill her. You have to end your suffering by ending her joy. There is no other way to read that message. As I said, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, we know that the defendant's intent was for Kiara to murder Grace because he told her to do it repeatedly. And he kept trying to push her buttons over and over. And it's a little bit like if someone has a key ring with a bunch of keys, and they're trying to undo a lock, and they try the first key and it doesn't work, so they shift to the second key, it doesn't work, and they keep trying and trying and trying until they find the key and the lock catches and the door opens. He knew which keys to use, and that's because he knew her particularized psychological weak points. This was because of he was her intimate partner, and it was someone over whom he had tremendous. We know that Kiara committed the murder willfully and deliberately. It was not an accident. It was not a rash impulse. It was not heat of passion. This was a pre-planned event, and it just took the right key in the lock to finally push them through the door. We know that she had these homicidal intentions, as I stated, not for minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years. And she had begun believing that gang rape story years in advance of this. I believe she said about 6 months into dating Isaac. That's when he began planting these seeds. We know that, as I said, she was vocal with others about it. She may have pleaded to aggravated second-degree murder, but Kiara McCauley absolutely committed first-degree murder willfully and deliberately. She premeditated it, and she had a lot of help and encouragement in getting there. Every time she resisted, every time she asked questions, every time she asked for him to help, he backs off momentarily, and then he comes back with a new key, a new approach. Isaac Apodaca brought Grace Jennings to that apartment where he resided with his homicidal, delusional girlfriend. Isaac Apodaca repeatedly urged for that murder to happen. He promised to be helpful in the charge of cleaning up. He handed Kiara the sword. He did not need to be present in the room for him to be guilty of first-degree murder. There is no requirement in the uniform jury instructions, the rules that you've been handed, that he swing that sword, that he be present in the room at the exact instance of the murder. It is about him and the ways he communicated the cause, the help, the encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, your job is to apply the facts of this case, not to judge Kiara McCauley's culpability and try and weigh out some sort of apples to apples decision as to, well, if she took a plea, no. Her bargain for exchange stands on its own. Your job in this case is to look at Isaac Apodaca and his role in this case, to look at Isaac Apodaca and look at all of the causation, the encouragement, the help that he performed that led to Grace Jennings dying in that disgusting garage on October 29th of 2022. And as you apply those facts, these facts, this evidence to the law in this case, you will find that he is guilty of first-degree murder under an aided and abetted theory, and you will find that he is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. I thank you for your time and attention, and I'll get the opportunity to speak to you again soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned in between the closing statements, we're going to take a quick recess. This will be our bathroom break for the morning. We'll come back and continue. If you would please go with the bailiff.
All right.
Is you should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it. Yeah.
And then speak to the deputy, and then just have him stand it in front of the bench over here, and then whenever you need to retrieve it, you can just come around and get it.
Judge, one thing I just wanted to clarify in regards to the jury instructions. So when I show it to the jury, it looked like you may have repeated jury instruction number twice. I think you said 10. The instruction that says for you to find the defendant guilty of murder.
Yeah, it's attached to 2 exhibits, but it's slightly different if you'll read it. Let me pull it up. So I think we were on, it's the elements instruction for count number 1, or is it the step down?
Count 1 and the other counts. So that one is, I have, you are the sole judges of the facts in this case. That one is number 3. You alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and weight. That's number 6. You should consider each opinion received in evidence. That's number 10.
Wait. You were the sole judges of the facts is number 3?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you're at number 6. Let me follow
Is
it.
the you alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given.
Yep.
And then number 10 is you should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it the weight you think it deserves.
Correct.
And then I think it's at 10 multiple times. I just want to clarify what number the elements for murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate is.
Okay, so 11 is a definition of an expert.
Okay.
12 is elements instruction for first degree murder.
12, okay, thank you.
That's 12.
And then the accomplice instruction.
It's 13. 14 is the elements instruction for second degree murder.
Okay. And the conspiracy instruction.
It's count 2 conspiracy is 15.
Okay.
16 is in addition to the other elements.
Okay, that's
You may be seated in the courtroom. We are back on the record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, the defense, on behalf of Mr. Apodaca, has the right to make a closing statement to you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you. We've been together now for a little over 2 weeks, if we include the initial jury selection. Do appreciate you. I've been noticing that all of you have been paying careful attention and taking notes. Last week, in opening statements, I told you that you would hear some testimony and see some evidence, but what you would not see is anything directly linking Isaac Apodaca to the crimes charged in this particular case. I do want to say one thing before I start with my presentation. Normally, I do like to kind of get up close and personal, walk around and talk to you and kind of look you more directly in the eye, but because of the circumstances of this case and media involved and different things, I am limited to the podium. But the good thing about that for me is that I can kind of stay on script, and I have my script here. So I'm going to try not to go into too many asides and really just go into the important details of this particular case. This is, of course, a serious case. And you heard Ms. Murphy state that there were homicidal fantasies fueled by Isaac. That's what the state told you in their opening statement. Well, closing statement. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence shows something totally different. The evidence shows that Kianna acted alone, and the government has not proven that Mr. Apodaca in any way was a knowing participant. And I'm going to go into that, and I'm going to outline that. Isaac did not cause, aid, or encourage this killing by Kianna McCauley to take place, as the state would like you to believe, and as Ms. Murphy pointed out that you're going to hear a lot about cause, aid, or encourage. Well, that's not what happened here. The burden and presumption is that Isaac is presumed innocent, and the burden remains on the state at all times. Reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense, and I'm sure you will employ your common sense when making your determinations here today. Attorney statements alone are not evidence. The evidence is testimony, exhibits, and stipulations. Isaac is presumed innocent until the government proves every required element of the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. And Isaac has no burden to prove his innocence. It's on the state, and the state has to prove every element. Reasonable doubt may arise from what the evidence shows and from what the evidence does not show on material points. And as you'll see here, there are a lot of material points that does not point towards Isaac's guilt. The absence of DNA, fingerprints, blood, injuries, planning evidence, and conduct consistent with guilt is significant here. And it is reasonable doubt, clearly. You know, I kind of made that cheesy line in opening statement about I'm not going to stand up here like a used car salesman. The reason I brought that up was only to prove to you that I don't have to sell you on reasonable doubt in this case. It's clear. So I'm going to show you some jury instructions that you're going to go back into the jury room to go over. This will be jury instruction 3. You are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here in court. Your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Speculation, guess, or conjecture. You heard Ms. Murphy recap the state's case and discuss a lot of stuff about Isaac, but you also heard the testimony. And everything here is based on speculation, guess, conjecture in regards to some messages and perhaps some statements that Mr. Apodaca was coerced into adopting when a talented detective, Detective Vigil, cleverly framed a narrative for him to adopt. Another instruction you're going to have is instruction number 6. You alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each item. You able to see that clearly? Okay. In determining the credit to be given any witness, you should take into account his or her truthfulness or untruthfulness, his or her ability and opportunity to observe, his or her memory, his or her manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice he or she may have, and the reasonableness of his or her testimony considered in the light of all of the evidence in the case. Now, us attorneys like to use the word reasonable and reasonableness, but you heard, I mean, there were several witnesses who came here. There were some people who clearly had a bias. Lainey McCauley, and we're going to get into Ms. McCauley's testimony and what she said when I recap and get into the specifics, the meat and potatoes, so to speak, of what was going on. But Lainey McCauley certainly was here to protect her daughter. She loved her daughter and was concerned about her daughter and said what would suit her. And then you had other witnesses, certainly Kianna McCauley, and I'm sure you paid attention to that, the direct examination of the state of Ms. McCauley and my cross-examination, but there were several inconsistencies, and I'll get into the details, and she was prepped and had many different interviews, both with the state as well as police and her attorneys. But you have to look at the credibility, including opinions by experts. Dr. Wallner, will get into him, certainly a character, but you really have to look at what he testified to and what the weight of his testimony, whether it really is legitimate. Instruction number 10. You should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you think it deserves. If you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or for any other reason an opinion is not correct, you may disregard the opinion entirely. I think that's important when we're looking at all of the witnesses, and there were several opinions that were presented. Now, the state has to prove all of the elements of the crimes beyond a reasonable doubt, as we discussed in jury instructions. The first charge is for you to find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 1. The state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. Defendant killed Grace Jennings. I'll acknowledge the state is trying to proceed here on accomplice liability. All right? But the defendant, as is agreed between us, one thing we'll agree with the state on, the defendant did not physically stab Grace Jennings to death. That was Kianna McCauley. So now we're basing everything on some messages, maybe a statement he made to the detective, Detective Vigil, and just various other circumstances and testimony, and then this grand old narrative by Dr. Wellner, who I'll get into more later, but Dr. Wellner didn't even sit down and discuss this with Mr. Apodaca or with Ms. McCauley. And the importance of that is that when you're trying to form an opinion, don't you have to form that opinion, especially when you're doing an expert opinion on matters such as coercion and control between two different individuals? Don't you have to sit down and talk to them up close and personal, know what's going on, know their, different quirks or different things that might make them susceptible or maybe not prone to coercion and control, or vice versa? How do we know that Kianna McCauley was not coercive and controlling over Isaac Apodaca? What evidence do we have one way or the other what was going on? Actually, we have evidence through testimony and different things that Kianna was kind of running the ship. And Lainey McCauley, her mom, somewhat controlling and kind of her mentor, raised her around swords and was a mentor to her. And Kianna actually lived out her fantasy, had a dream. She described the sword as being this beautiful sword. element 2, the killing was with the deliberate intention to take away the life of Grace Jennings or any other human being. There's nothing here showing that Isaac Apodaca had any sort of deliberate intent, and I will get into the accomplice liability instruction here shortly. And then this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29th, 2022. We're not denying that the killing took place on October 29th, 2022. Now, the accomplice liability instruction, again, it says that the defendant intended that another person commit the crime. Did this defendant intend for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime? There's been absolutely no evidence beyond some crazy text messages that I'm going to get into and break down here that Isaac Apodaca intended for Kiara McCulley to commit this crime. Another person did commit this crime. We're acknowledging that Kiara McCulley committed this crime. And then the defendant helped, encouraged, or caused the crime to be committed. There's absolutely nothing. And I want you to carefully look over those messages. And I'm going to go over some of the messages, some of the specific messages, and explain to you why there's nothing showing that the defendant helped, encouraged, or in any way certainly caused this crime to be committed. Now, one thing that's important for you to, well, for me to discuss is if you find the defendant, find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, then there's his instruction as to second-degree murder. We don't believe defense, and I think it will be pretty clear when you start deliberating that Mr. Apodaca is not guilty of murder at all here. But you do have to consider, and I do have to show you this, the instructions for second-degree murder. And this takes out the deliberate intent portion of the analysis. So the defendant killed Grace Jennings. The defendant knew that his acts created a strong probability of death or great bodily harm to Grace Jennings. Now, you know, I do have the plea up here, and I'm going to show that to you in a bit, but Miss McCulley's plea was to second-degree murder, and certainly she knew that there was a strong probability of death or great bodily harm to Grace Jennings, but nothing here shows that the defendant in any way had anything to do with wanting Grace Jennings dead and intending for this to happen. And then we would, of course, go back to the accomplice liability jury instructions in regards to encouraging and causing. And then there's also a charge of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, willful and deliberate, as charged in count 2. The state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. The defendant and another person, by words or acts, agreed together to commit murder in the first degree. The defendant and another person intended to commit murder in the first degree, and this happened in New Mexico on or about October 29, 2022. Absolutely nothing showing that the defendant intended to commit murder in the first degree and that there were words and acts as far as any sort of legitimate agreement. Okay, so I wanted to just go over those jury instructions with you because I think it's important for you to kind of understand when you're doing your analysis. But it's going to be pretty straightforward, as I'm pretty sure you will realize when you get to the deliberation room. Now, I do think it's important to show you this because there's a jury instruction in regards to how intent can be formed and different things. And with Dr. Wellner and the state has harped on this April 2022 dismissed charge. And I did introduce this, and this clearly shows that that was dismissed. And I think it's also important for you to understand that when you're evaluating Dr. Wellner's testimony. Because Dr. Wellner has no idea of the context of what was going on in April of 2022 other than his file review and testimony. I mean, pretty much he's regurgitating what was said, and he was, of course, paid, flew in here from Palm Beach, Florida, by the state, travels the country to testify when he's paid. And then he wants to make this grand analysis. The case in April 2022 was dismissed, and there is nothing anywhere in Dr. Wellner's analysis that can that can demonstrate that he actually knew what the context of that dismissal was and what was going on there. And then there's, of course, Kiara's plea, and she pled to second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and she had an incentive here to testify against Mr. Apodaca. Now, in regards to the conspiracy and the actual charge of murder, there was no proof, absolutely no proof, that Isaac was present for the killing. The case agent admitted no evidence that Isaac was in the garage when Grace was killed, and there was no evidence presented through any other witness. Isaac had no blood on him, no cuts on his hand. Sergeant Vigil couldn't remember any cuts on his hand, and there was no evidence of that. And there were no blood. There was no blood on Mr. Apodaca's clothes. I think this is very important. I mean, don't you think with all that bloodshed and everything going on in there, that there would be some blood on Mr. Apodaca? No, absolutely none. Lainey McCauley didn't witness the garage events, did not see anyone being harmed by Isaac, had no personal knowledge of what happened in that garage. Lainey did not know whether the garage door was locked that morning. Kiara and Grace had a deteriorated relationship. Lainey agreed on the stand that Grace could easily provoke Kiara. The sword was associated with Kiara's Amazon account, and Kiara opened it in front of her mom. Everyone touching the sword when it arrived, but there's no fingerprints or any DNA linking Mr. Apodaca to the sword. Kiara McCauley's credibility before you here yesterday, it was like a lot longer than that, but here yesterday, her credibility is next to nil. She attributed extraordinary beliefs to Isaac, including that he was the Archangel Gabriel, and made wild statements that Isaac discussed a group called Ghost and described Ghost as a vigilante group that killed people who they considered to be bad. This, ladies and gentlemen, was absolutely ridiculous. Those claims may explain Kiara's current narrative, but they do not eliminate any sort of reasonable doubt as to Mr. Apodaca's involvement. Messages here do not equal proof beyond a reasonable doubt. State will rely on Facebook Messenger communications. Even if some of the messages were sent from Mr. Apodaca's account, the legal question here remains intent, assistance in any sort of agreement in regards to both counts. Isaac told police that some messages were sent by Kiara using his account from a second phone. They located a second phone, but nothing was removed from that extraction. Sergeant Vigil testified that the state later relied on Facebook records and phone logs to connect messages to Isaac's phone. You may consider that, but it's still not gaps. There were blood on the door. I asked Mr. Vigil about that, Detective Vigil, excuse me, if the house was, the blood on the door to the house was DNA tested, and it was not. The garage was messy, and it was basically an investigative decision not to leave every stone unturned. I mean, no stone should be unturned in an investigation like this, but a lot of evidence was not tested or even looked at. In a case like this, it's very important that all of the evidence is properly looked at. Ms. McCauley stated in her testimony that she could not hear screaming from the garage because it was 27 feet away.
Sir, I need you to sit down.
This tape measure is about 8.5 feet long. So we would be talking about from this door, from the door over here to right about here. We're talking 8.5 feet. If you multiply that by 3, I am pretty decent at math, even though I'm a lawyer, but 8.5 by 3, that would be about 25.5 feet. You need about another 1.5 foot. So you're talking here, times 2 would be up to there, times 3 would be probably where y'all are sitting, and then maybe another foot or 2 would be the next row back there. So we're supposed to believe that Lady McCulley could not hear her daughter, Kianna McCulley, stabbing Grace to death with a sword which has her DNA on it. Right middle finger, DNA right here, palm right here, on the left-hand side, holding it like this, at the very least, and then certainly she was stabbing Miss Jennings to death for 2 minutes. Let's take 2 minutes off the clock. It's 11:55. Stay silent until 11:57. All right, 11:57.
Who knows?
2 minutes. That was a long 2 minutes. Some of you didn't fall asleep there. But imagine those 2 minutes. 27 feet away. So we're talking basically from that door, roughly to the top row where you're sitting. And Kianna is actively stabbing Grace to death. You don't think that there was screaming, that there were loud noises. And during all this time, Miss Lady McCulley, who clearly has a reason to protect her daughter, says she didn't hear anything. I remember Isaac called his mom, who called 911, and Isaac waited at the AP wireless store and was extremely cooperative with authorities. These gaps matter, ladies and gentlemen, because the state is asking you to reconstruct, essentially, circumstantially saying whether Mr. Apodaca somehow had intent or timing presence and participation, none of which is present here. Sergeant Vigil, in regards to the interrogation, relied, but I'm not picking on Detective Vigil, excuse me. I mean, I think he's very talented at what he does. But these interrogations are not reliable. Common tactics. I asked Dr. Wellner. He did provide some decent insight maybe into coerced interrogations, coerced confessions. I don't know necessarily Mr. Apodaca confessed, but he may have adapted to some of the stuff that Detective Vigil was talking about, because he just, I mean, he was basically told to accept this narrative. And he didn't really feel like he had any other choice but to accept that narrative. Isaac cooperated, he answered questions, did not ask for counsel, he did not become confrontational. Sergeant Vigil had also told Isaac that he was going to go to jail before interviewing Kianna and before completing the investigation. Sergeant Vigil used pressure statements. You can hear from you can play that when you're in the deliberation room. Probably heard it when we were, when it was played before you. But Sergeant Vigil used pressure statements such as, "Dude, I'm not dumb, and it's over, own it." Sergeant Vigil at that time did not know whether Isaac was sleep deprived. He did not ask about medications or medical diagnosis. He was not trained to recognize psychological stress. He did not ask about education or reading difficulty or disabilities for that matter. Interrogation may show pressure and confusion, but nothing there properly states that Mr. Apodaca was in any way accepting anything in regards to responsibility in this case. He was just pressured into accepting a narrative. And the state also wants to make this whole argument about coercion and control. You saw him on that interview. Did he seem coercive and controlling at all? I mean, I hate to say this, but I think we're in the middle of July. I know it's a little cooler here in Santa Fe than other parts of the country, but Isaac couldn't sell me a free air conditioner in the middle of July. I mean, he is not coercive or controlling. He does not demonstrate any of those traits. I mean, if anything, he was just scared and didn't know what to do, and was just kind of agreeing with this narrative that Detective Vigil was shoving down his throat. Now, as far as the forensics, Dr. Helmer did prove that there was a homicide. She did explain that. She didn't say anything about Isaac's guilt. Grace had more than 20 sharp force injuries, but pathology did not identify Isaac as a killer. Dr. Helmer could not determine the exact time of death scientifically, but stated that it took around 2 minutes. The pronounced time of death, I mean, it was not the actual time of death, she wasn't sure, but Sergeant Vigil admitted that he didn't do any independent forensic analysis to determine how long the attack took, and he kind of just told Isaac, oh, it wasn't 30 seconds to 2 minutes, and Isaac just was basically admitting to anything that Detective Vigil was telling him. But Emily Helmer, the witness, clearly testified that it did take about 2 minutes. This case, ladies and gentlemen, is about proof. It's not about suspicion. Again, guess, conjecture, speculation. That's not what it's about. It's not about suspicion. The case is not about whether something terrible happened to Grace. It did. The case is about whether the government proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac knowingly took part in it. The evidence points towards Kianna, her sword, her jealousy, as we'll get into, her planning, her hands, her DNA, her fingerprints, her flight, her cleanup, and her ultimate rage that had been building up for many, many months and years. Evidence does not point to Isaac Apodaca. This is a tragedy, but it's not proof of anything involving Mr. Apodaca. State proved, we'll acknowledge, and I told you this in opening, that some of our arguments kind of overlap. The state did prove that Grace Jennings died by homicide. It did not prove, the state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Isaac Apodaca is legally guilty of first-degree murder or an accessory to any sort of murder or guilty of any sort of conspiracy. The case agent admitted no evidence, Detective Ehill, no evidence has been presented that Isaac was in the garage when Grace was killed. Isaac had no blood on him, no cuts on his hands that Sergeant Viho could remember, and no blood on his clothes. Lainey McCulley did not witness the garage events, did not see Isaac harm anybody, and had no personal knowledge of what happened in that garage. Lainey did not know whether the garage door was locked that morning. Now, Kiara and Grace had a deteriorated relationship. Lainey agreed. She testified that Grace could easily provoke Kiara. The sword was associated with Kiara's Amazon account, and Kiara opened it in front of her mom, Lainey. As far as Kiara's credibility is concerned, I mean, you heard her testify. She had, again, the Archangel Gabriel, the vigilante group. I mean, this is all ridiculous. Absolutely no evidence was presented of any sort of group, let alone ghost group or any of that, let alone any of this being discussed between Isaac and Grace. I mean, those claims may explain Kiara's current narrative, convenient narrative, whatever you want to call it, but they do not eliminate reasonable doubt when it comes to Mr. Apodaca. Kiara had always liked swords. Kiara's mother was a member of a medieval sword club. Kiara grew up around a strong woman. Lainey, I think we can agree that her mom was a strong person, saw how she testified. Isaac, on the other hand, needed a place to crash, needed a place to stay, and he was at their mercy. Needed to agree with anything that Lainey and Kiara wanted. Needed to acquiesce. And again, I keep, now they use the word acquiesce. Mere presence, and you can't prove accomplice liability merely by presence or acquiescing. It has to be based on the elements that are presented to you. So it's important to ask, where is Mr. Apodaca in all this? Again, the weapon, Kiara's DNA and fingerprints were clearly present on the sword, as Emily Helmer testified to, Dr. Helmer. Isaac's DNA and fingerprints were completely absent. He was calm, cooperative, somewhat, until, I mean, certainly he was nervous and disturbed about what happened, but he was certainly shaken up about what happened around him, but there was absolutely no blood on Mr. Apodaca. There were no cuts, no scratch. I mean, there was the little scratch that Mr. Apodaca described was a product of Ms. McCulley poking him with the sword, but there were no significant injuries indicative of any sort of bloodshed that would be, or a byproduct of anything that would be a result of a stabbing of that nature. Now, again, DNA, as I showed you, was present on the sword handle. Kiara's fingerprints were present on the sword handle. Grace's DNA was present on bloodstains from the actual blade of the sword. Isaac's DNA was not present on the sword. Isaac's fingerprints were not present on the sword. And based on fingerprints and DNA results, Kiara would have had to have handled the sword with both hands, as I demonstrated to you when they're showing the right middle finger and the left palm. I mean, Isaac's DNA and fingerprints were virtually absent from all critical evidence in this case. His fingerprints were not found on the sword sheath, dagger, or dagger sheath. His DNA was eliminated from the sword blade, Grace's blood, sword handle, the blue sweater with Grace's blood on the cuff, the tissue with Kiara's blood, all of the wall and bedding swabs with Grace's blood, and most critically, from both of Grace's fingernail clippings, including the DNA under the fingernails. So there was nothing linking Isaac Apodaca. And I think it's also important to note that Kiara had all these conflicting, crazy stories, right? She's talking about how Isaac had handed her the sword at once. I mean, she had a more trimmed down testimony here when she testified before you, but then I talked to her about her previous interviews and different wild accusations she made about Isaac handling the sword or swinging the sword or different things. But as the evidence played out and as she was prepared either for trial or for interviews as they progressed, she changed. I mean, initially she talked to the officers or Detective Vijo without her attorney present. She didn't have an attorney at that time. And she didn't really say anything about Isaac. Then she was charged, and all of a sudden she has these wild allegations against Mr. Apodaca. Wild stories. And of course, she conveniently took a plea right after that. And she had her attorneys present with her during that interview. And then the third time, in the third interview, with myself present here in actually this very courtroom, I believe, and Mr. Meek, my investigator, present, she toned that back a little bit. And then before you here yesterday, she had another trim version after she was prepared to testify before you. And then the drinking. She had initially said that she had a few sips of alcohol. Then actually, when she had her attorneys present and she was talking to the state right before she took a plea agreement, she said she drank 1.5 bottles of Jack Daniels. Okay? I don't know. I'm not an expert on alcohol use. I hope I'm not. But, I mean, I would think that 1.5 bottles of Jack Daniels over the course of a day is an extreme amount of alcohol. How can we believe that she remembers anything? Oh, my doctor testified that Grace was underweight and was about 111 pounds, I think. 111 pounds, 5'9" 1.5 bottles of Jack, or initially she said a few pints right before she got arrested, or a few sips, excuse me, and then yesterday she said a pint. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, her testimony cannot be taken seriously at all. It's completely contradictory between every interview she did, and likelihood is she may just have been really, really drunk. I don't know. Maybe that would explain why she stabbed somebody to death several times. I mean, someone with a deep level of anger like that must have come with an extreme level of provocation. Now, CSS Tenna did a great job with the forensic report. You saw that with the forensic work, and did not put Isaac's DNA on the sword or anything that links him to this killing. As far as Kiara's, again, no blood on Isaac as far as the bloodshed. There were no Band-Aids on Isaac. A Band-Aid box was found in the detached garage. Kiara had Band-Aids on her. That evidence is consistent with Kiara handling the weapon, not Isaac. State's trying to point and basically paint Isaac in the worst light possible, but there's absolutely no evidence of him having any sort of involvement in this case. Kiara's the one who discussed this big, or maybe she didn't say big, but she said beautiful sword. Stated that her mom taught her how to use swords, and then she lived out her fantasy after getting her own sword. Kiara's mom, again, was a part of these sword clubs, and Kiara testified that her mom was almost like a mentor to her. So basically, it comes down to this. I mean, the sword is the central object in this killing. Kiara's on the sword, Grace is on the blade. Isaac is nowhere to be found as far as any sort of DNA or anything. Motive and rage belong to Kiara here. Kiara was jealous of Grace and Isaac. Kiara acted out of rage and extreme provocation by Grace. Grace had provoked Kiara over the years. And Kiara told Grace to apologize, and she stabbed her to death. And that's also important to note. When you're standing over, I'm not going to be dramatic with the sword in regards to this. I mean, this is serious stuff. But, I mean, Kiara is standing over Grace, asking her to apologize. I think you need to think about that for a second. if they're saying that Isaac Apodaca somehow coerced and controlled or caused Ms. McCauley to do this, are we supposed to believe that when she's basically standing over her with a sword and telling her to please apologize, and then she'll stop? I want you to think hard and deep about that. I mean, using a sword, as my co-counsel, Mr. Cameron, pointed out, I mean, using a sword in this case demonstrates that Kiara was up close and personal with Grace. It's not like somebody shooting a gun from a distance or anything like that. It's up close and personal with this sword. You're stabbing somebody in close range. I can't stab you from over here. I can throw a sword at you, but I can just stab you from over here like I could shoot you with a gun. Sword killing is an intimate, violent, and personal act. Post-mortem wounds. Mr. Cameron also got into that. According to OMI, all 7 wounds on the head and neck were post-mortem after death. OMI testified that the post-mortem wounds could have also killed Grace had she been alive. Ladies and gentlemen, this killing took place with so much rage, so much anger, so much passion by Ms. McCauley. And how are we to believe that Isaac somehow coerced and controlled her to do this? It's ridiculous. It doesn't add up. Kiara's contradictions and Lainey McCauley's motive to protect her daughter. They were the ones who orchestrated, Lainey McCauley did not orchestrate this, but clearly they were the ones who were coercive and controlling over Mr. Apodaca. Mr. Apodaca may have just been maybe sending some messages in agreement or whatever because he just needed a place to crash. And of course, let's get to Dr. Wellner. Dr. Wellner is a red herring in this case, ladies and gentlemen. He's a red herring. The case, we believe, is a weak case for the state. The state is trying to make you believe that Isaac was somehow coerced and controlled. Somehow coerced and controlled Ms. McCauley. So then they bring in Dr. Wellner. The government wants to explain all of this bloodshed, the state, through this coercion and control. The sword, the DNA, the fingerprints, the band-aids, the washer still running, the flight, the jealousy, the post-mortem wounds, point to Kiara acting alone. The physical evidence, again, does not put Isaac on the sword. Isaac had no blood on him. Isaac had no real cuts. Kiara ran while Isaac cooperated. Kiara had the sword, the motive, the planning, the DNA, the fingerprints, and the rage. Dr. Wellner's so-called expert testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, should be taken with a grain of salt. And I don't normally say that he's an expert. I understand that. But as I told you earlier, travels the country. He was flown in here from Palm Beach, Florida, testify for the state. He was paid by the state to make this argument without interviewing the subjects of this situation, without looking into or finding out any real detail about that 2022 case that was dismissed. And then he also goes into this analysis about the grand stuff about, all this stuff, the sex work and all this stuff. Those are all red herrings, ladies and gentlemen. None of that should be considered. I mean, it's not an instruction. Again, there's also an expert opinion jury instruction. And it's up to you to determine the weight that deserves. And I'll tell you this, Dr. Wellner's testimony deserves absolutely no weight. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the government did not prove that Isaac committed the crimes alleged here. Kiara ordered the sword. This was a result of jealousy. Suspicion is not proof. Association is not proof. Being near Kiara is not proof. Again, mere presence is not alone. Joking around is not proof. I don't want to use the term hyperbole, but I mean, there are certainly, we can't really take these messages. We got to take the messages in its proper context. I mean, Grace Jennings was Isaac's ex-girlfriend with whom he maintained a friendly relationship. Grace proactively contacted Isaac seeking a place to stay, welcomed her into their house. There was really no evidence of any real pre-existing conflict between Isaac. There was certainly pre-existing conflict between Kiara and Grace, but nothing between Isaac. So, I guess there was, you can talk about real world intent and these text messages, text-based puffing. In the text stream at 12:54 a.m., Isaac explicitly told Kiara in the text stream to show compassion and reject violence. Then there's that bizarre message about, that the state wants to talk about with moving up the rank, the black market heads and Bitcoin payouts and all of this. That's just basically an echo chamber. It's not anything that's legitimate in regards to any sort of intent that Mr. Apodaca had in regards to do anything towards Ms. Jennings. Isaac explicitly texted at 5:59 a.m., yes, I want to help, but I cannot coach you to do. But then he backed out. He said, she has a volatile partner. She's going through delusions. It's basically telling her what she wants to hear. She's like, I cannot aid you. He doesn't want anything to do with this. Isaac generally tried to de-escalate the matters and discussed a nonviolent strategy. The text messages, I'm not going to sugarcoat them. They're certainly disturbing, especially considering what happened here. But there's nothing showing that these messages was any sort of legitimate acknowledgement by Mr. Apodaca that he was intending, encouraging, or causing. Ms. Murphy articulated, there was nothing that he was intending, encouraging, or causing Kiara to commit the crime. And again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, mere presence or acquiescence alone is not enough to find somebody guilty of murder as an accomplice. This was about Kiara's beautiful sword. This was Kiara's plan, Kiara's jealousy, Kiara's rage, Kiara's flight, Kiara's cleanup, Kiara's DNA, Kiara's fingerprints. This had absolutely nothing to do with Isaac's knowing participation. No proof beyond a reasonable doubt was clearly presented here. So, the state, they did prove a tragedy here. They did prove suspicion, but they did not prove that Isaac Apodaca is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Only verdict here, ladies and gentlemen, is not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of second-degree murder, and not guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. The state is asking you to ignore essentially what is missing in this case and look away from what is present. For you to determine whether somebody is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to look at the evidence, but also the absence of evidence, which is very glaring in this case. Only verdict here, ladies and gentlemen, is, again, not guilty of all the counts. Thank you for your time. And on behalf of my defense team, Mr. Cameron, Mr. Apodaca, and Mr. Meek, we appreciate the work that you've done and you're putting into this case. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, under our rules, because the state bears the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt, the state has the opportunity to do a reply after the defense's closing statement to you. Ms. Murphy. before you get started, if you want to stand up and stretch for a second, we're going to finish this before we take our next break. All right, counsel, I think the jury's ready. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again. Let me start with the first thing that I think defense and I agree on. Kianna committed first-degree murder. She willfully and deliberately killed Grace Jennings. That does not seem to be a point in contention in this trial, nor has it ever been. Kianna committed first-degree murder. And that is not your job to sort out. It's a fact. Your job is to sort out Isaac Apodaca's culpability. And that culpability is that he aided and abetted that first-degree murder. He's absolutely presumed innocent until proven guilty, and it is absolutely our burden to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, a doubt based upon reason and common sense. And we have given you ample evidence that exceeds that high burden. Defense continues, and I'm going to jump around a little bit. This is a direct response to the defense closing, so bear with me. But defense continually couched Isaac as being cooperative. And I would assert that that's extraordinarily incorrect. Isaac fled the scene. He called his mom and not law enforcement. And then he spent the next several hours lying repeatedly to law enforcement in a demonstrable way. That's not cooperation, that's manipulation. It was an attempt to remove himself from the spotlight once he realized that Googling how to dispose of a body wasn't going to give him the information he needed to, in fact, help dispose of the body, the thing that he'd agreed to do prior in the night. Once he realized that wasn't going to work out, Isaac put Isaac first, and he bounced. Defense talked about Lanny McCauley and said that she was only here to protect Kianna McCauley. Kianna McCauley's case is done. She has taken a plea. And as long as she cooperates and doesn't lie, her sentence is set. Lanny said, I'm here to protect myself, thank you very much. And Lanny didn't hear any evidence of the murder. Neither did the neighbors. The police checked. This was a decent amount of distance, an insulated garage. You can actually see the insulation rolls in some of the photos, an insulated home. And even if you could hear over the TV that was usually kept loud, Isaac was with her, other than when he went to go number one, I think is what he called it, to pee. So either Isaac's in the house also hearing someone get murdered and doing nothing, or no one could hear it inside the house, or at least Lanny couldn't. But Isaac still knew what was going on because he had put everything into play. Defense asserted that there is no evidence beyond the messages in this case, and the messages are absolutely damning and they're absolutely relevant. We also have the defendant's admissions, Kianna McCauley's testimony, which is evidence. The testimony of civilians or individuals is yours to weigh out, but it is evidence just like any other kind of evidence that you get to weigh and determine the strengths and weaknesses of it. And Dr. Wellner's perspective, and defense just spent some time kind of more or less asserting that Dr. Wellner might be a quack, when in reality, Dr. Wellner has spent the last 30 years in the field of forensic psychiatry, has testified nationally both for the prosecution and the defense, and that he followed the best practices in his field for doing a case review. He reviewed all of the underlying data, which included the April 4th, 2022 case file, which he had acknowledged that he had reviewed. He uses data to reach evidence-based conclusions. Research, he relied on research in talking about coercive control, trauma bonding, and gaslighting. Defense said that in talking about the second-degree murder, talked about the actions that could create a strong probability of death. And it's important that we understand why this is a first-degree murder and not a second-degree murder. Someone picking up a gun and shooting in the general direction of another individual creates a strong probability of death, but it doesn't necessarily mean they've reached the deliberate intention to kill. They've weighed out all of the factors contained within forming that deliberate intention. Here we don't have that. We have a prolonged, and we felt what a 2-minute period could feel like, prolonged attack using a pre-planned weapon with the aid of a co-conspirator and a co-defendant. It took minutes to carry out, and that minutes is actually the amount of time it took her to die after the injuries were inflicted. So it's going to be a longer period because we know this wasn't a single shot fired. This is multiple slashes and stabs. It was not instant, like Isaac promised Kiara it would be. Defense stated that the interrogation that Sergeant Vigil, who's been trained in some particularized techniques, was not reliable, and that's just not borne out in the evidence. Dr. Wellner, who has testified on false confessions and coercion and that subject matter, defense was the one who questioned him about it, said there were no elements of a coerced confession here, that the techniques that he was continually pressed on, oh, did you use minimization, maximization, or over amplification? No. Did you develop a narrative in advance that you just pushed throughout? No. Sergeant Vigil spent the first hour and a half plus just listening to Isaac talk and asking follow-up questions. There was no narrative at play. He was information gathering. He was on a truth-seeking mission. Isaac at one point in those messages says, or in his interview, with Sergeant Vigil, I was just sending those messages in correspondence. Really? Because it sounds like the defense couched it as joking around, saying, Puggle, I'm wanting you to kill her, saying she sold you into the sex trade, talking about which weapon to use, how to use it, north, south, east, west, voila, she dead, telling her that she had multiple personalities and to try and summon the angry one. That doesn't sound like jokes, that sounds like inducements and persuasion. Defense and I agree on a second point, that this was a murder that took anger and rage and passion to eventually access, and that had been fomenting or building over a period of years. There wasn't this initial bout of rage when Kiara first saw Grace, and they actually even spent some time talking in the garage together. It was an untapped resource, but that had been building and been fueled over a prolonged period of time. And who was providing that fuel? Isaac Apodaca. When Kiara first met Isaac at the mall and Grace was there, she didn't see Grace and have some epiphany that she'd been gang raped. No, it was once she started dating Isaac Apodaca, 6 months in, he started telling her about it. He spent years cultivating this narrative. He spent years pressing for this to happen, and he finally had an opportunity to get Kiara to execute it. And the psychological benefit is the power and the control. Getting someone to do something really dangerous and really stupid. Dangerous for them too. Defense asserted that there's no evidence of Ghost. Well, okay, I think we all agree that Ghost is not a real organization, and no one actually thinks that Isaac Apodaca founded a secret vigilante killer group. But as to Isaac playing into the fantasy of Ghost and Kiara believing it, there is ample evidence. Discussion of a kill list, discussion of using the barn as a backup location, perks in the black market, filing reports. Oh, I'll edit a report about your kill. I'll just change it and say you did it. Kiara having a platoon tattoo or insignia related to her belief in this organization, and the mention of, oh, we'll get the money in the Bitcoin or crypto wallet. He fueled over and over and over again these notions, and yeah, she had some weird belief systems that many of us may not identify with, but those were her deeply held convictions. She truly believed her intimate partner when he would tell her things. He had a power dynamic that is almost impossible to imagine how it could reach that point, except we had a forensic psychiatrist explain how it reached that point. And it was through cultivated sex work, through domestic violence, and through years of manipulation and pushing and pushing and pushing. To say that this is a joke is laughable, or that this was a joke. To say that, oh, she was drunk, so maybe she's a poor historian. Well, if we accepted that, which that doesn't really seem to be borne out, as no officers testified that they smelled anything on her, and Sergeant Vigil felt comfortable conducting an interview with her much later in the day, that would require you to believe that then Isaac Apodaca jokingly told a drunk homicidal person how to use a weapon and then attacked all of their psychological weak points to just try and, as a joke, press these things forward? No, this was intentional. He wanted this to happen. He knew the narrative that he had built in Kiara's brain, and he still let Grace come over. Who brings someone to their home that they know that their partner hates at the very depths of their soul, when you're the one who's set that narrative in motion for years. Someone who wants that person to kill the other person. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wellner provided us, as I said, evidence-based data and information about the techniques and about the relationship and about the history. But we don't have to show that he put a gun to Kiara McCauley's head. We don't have to show that she felt in fear for her life. Caused, helped, encouraged. Those messages bear that out. The defendant's admissions bear that out. And whether you want to view this evidence, in this case, as showing that Isaac Apodaca is some architect, or whether you want to view him as maybe he's a puppet master pulling Kiara's strings when he touches on those psychological weak points, or maybe it's just a poor attempt to be a Marvel comic book character named Null Void that didn't really work out for him and he got caught. He is the one that set this into motion. Isaac Apodaca bears responsibility for Grace Jennings' murder. Isaac Apodaca helped, encouraged, and caused that murder. Kiara has taken her responsibility, and ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you return verdicts for the guilty on both counts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a final instruction for you before you retire. Instruction number 22. I will now ask you to retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. You will be provided a copy of these jury instructions, and exhibits introduced as evidence will be made available to you. All of the photographs, the discs, those will all go back with you when you start your deliberations. Any of the other items that are in bags, you have access to everything, and if you need to open any of those exhibits, the bailiff will bring you gloves so that you can do that safely. We won't send those back immediately, but anything that you want is available to you, and the bailiff can retrieve it for you. Prior to beginning your deliberations, you will need to select one of you to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will speak for the jury here in court. Forms of verdict have been prepared for your use, and I'll just review them with you quickly. With respect to each of the charges, there is a guilty and not guilty verdict. All of the verdict forms have the same caption on top, and it simply reads, and you've heard this dozens of times over the last week: First Judicial District Court, County of Santa Fe, State of New Mexico, State of New Mexico versus Isaac Sampson Apodaca, defendant, and then the cause number, which you probably have memorized, D101CR 2023-25, and then my name. And then as to count number 1, there is guilty and not guilty verdict forms for count number 1 as to first-degree murder. Also as to count number 1, there is the lesser included guilty and not guilty verdict forms as to count for second-degree murder. With respect to count number 2, there are guilty and not guilty verdict forms for conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree. If you'll recall, the instructions walk you through the process to help you kind of organize your deliberations, as well as how you have to return verdicts, particularly with respect to count number 1. You will take these forms to the jury room with you. When you have reached unanimous agreement as to your verdict, the foreperson will sign the forms which express your verdict. You will then return all forms of verdict, these instructions, and any exhibits to the courtroom. From this point forward, any communications with the court need to be in writing and signed by the foreperson. As I told you at the very beginning of the trial, when one of you asked if there was a formal transcript, the answer to that is no. There is the recording that has been made. So if there's actual testimony that you want to hear again, would ask you to be as specific as possible as to the testimony or the conversation, so we can locate that and narrow it down. As I mentioned before a week ago, otherwise you basically have to sit and listen to the entire trial again to be able to find that. So we would ask that you be as specific as possible. Also, you can take your notes back to the jury room with you. And as I told you at the beginning of the trial, at the end of the trial, once verdicts are returned, then all of your notes will be destroyed by the bailiff. At this time, I'm going to charge the jury. As you know by number, you are 15, and only 12 can retire to deliberate. So the following individuals will remain in the courtroom while the other 12 begin to retire. So Juror Tenorio, Juror Ortiz Reyna, and the jury instructions have the winged clip on them. The 6 possible verdict forms are paper clipped together, and those are what I'm handing to the bailiff. Would all rise while the jury departs? And I need our 3 alternates to remain in the courtroom, please. If you'd have a seat for a moment, please. And you may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. I might have mispronounced your name, ma'am. The court, on behalf of the parties, would like to thank you. You've taken a great deal of your time out of your regular schedules to be here. Sometimes at this phase, alternates either feel relieved or disappointed that they don't get to deliberate after having sat through an entire trial. We keep you on the jury, and we don't tell you that you're the alternates until this point in time so that you are engaged and pay attention to everything. We also don't release you earlier in case something happens. People get sick, there's an emergency, and during the trial we might have had to replace one of you with one of the other jurors that had already been designated as members of the panel. That actually happened in this case. If you'll recall, we had one juror several days ago that was released, and she was replaced by one of the alternates. Couple of things. The notes that you have, I'll ask you to give them to the bailiff. Your notes, along with all of the other notes, will be destroyed. Because you've sat through an entire trial, I'll give you the option. If you would like to be removed from the larger panel list for coming trials, let the bailiff know. He'll contact the clerks downstairs. If you wish to remain on that larger group until your term of service is over, let him know that as well. You may or may not be called back in the rotation. Your panel is part of a much larger panel of about 750 potential jurors on this current cycle. So they usually go through the entire panel before they start calling people back a second or a third time. But that's your decision to make if you want to be removed from any further jury service on this current rotation. Couple final things. All of the restrictions I placed on you and have repeated over and over and over again are now lifted from you. You can research anything you want to about the case. If you've had someone saving, or you want to do some kind of a web search of the case or the names of the people, as you know, this has been covered. There has been coverage since the incident, basically. So there's a lot of history out there. If you are curious in any of that, you now can access any of that. You can also speak to anyone you want to about the case, except for the 12 individuals sitting back in the jury room until they decide the case. You control all communications. Sometimes the attorneys want to talk to alternates and to jurors after a trial to get your impressions of their presentations to you, maybe specific things about the evidence, those kinds of questions. Let me just tell you, no one's going to call you up and come to your home or come to your work. If the attorneys want to speak to you, they have to contact the chief clerk of the court downstairs. She will then get that information of who wants to speak to you, and then she'll speak to you, either by text or email, tell you the request, give you that contact information, and then you decide whether or not to respond. So no one should be coming to you and trying to, speak to you about your participation in the trial, except through that process. If anyone does, please let me know. You can pick and choose. You can talk to anyone you want to, and you can refuse to speak to anyone you want to if it's your family or friends or people at work or whatever. You control all of those communications. The last thing I'd like to talk to you about is the process. Sitting for a week plus through a trial where you hear, doctors from OMI, where you see graphic images, where you hear testimony, that's not normal for most people in our community. And we have come to know over time that this process can inflict a form of trauma upon you. So I would ask you to do a couple of things, and this comes from something that happened with a jury I had over a decade ago. After we tried a particularly difficult case, a couple of years later, I ran into a juror, it was out in public, and the juror expressed to me that the case was still bothering them. And so we just had a chat and talked about it for a few minutes. And after that conversation, I asked that person, well, what have you done to kind of come to terms with all of this? And the response I got was, well, not really anything. I would suggest to you that sitting through this trial has had an impact on you. And whatever you normally do in your life to process complex, difficult situations, I would recommend to you that you do that, whether that's going for a hike up in the mountains or meeting a friend over coffee. If you are from a religious persuasion, being engaged in that, whatever you normally do to deal with complex, impactful situations, I would ask and suggest to you that you spend, I can't order you to do it, but that you would spend some time soon in the next couple of weeks to kind of put this in perspective with everything else in your life. And I think it'll help. There's actually a pamphlet, I don't know that we have any in the courtroom, that the administrative office of the court prepares. It basically has resources available to you if you're seeking any kind of support or help. So let me stop there and see if any of you have any questions for me. The next thing that's going to happen is the bailiff is going to come back in. He's going to take you back in case you have any private property in the jury room, collect that, and then he'll walk you out of the building. He'll take your notes from you. Do you have any questions for me? Okay. Again, on behalf of the parties, on behalf of the court, we'd like to thank you for your attention, for your patience, and for the work that you've done over the last week plus. And so we'll just sit for a moment until the bailiff returns, and then I'll let you go with him. We'll be off the record for a moment.
So as y'all can see, we had a verdict watch clock on, and I guess they're just kind of like sitting there, waiting, letting the jury go out now. Yeah, so y'all know we don't have that many people as alternates for this case because of all the issues that we done had with the
Substantive
jurors
questions, if
during
they
this
decide to take a break,
case.
they can make that decision. But if there are any questions, we'll call you and we'll review those. We need to keep Mr. Apodaca here and need to probably keep him so that we can have him back up in the courtroom within about 5 or 10 minutes if we need to call him up for any kind of jury questions. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
For the defense?
Not for defense, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, we'll be in recess awaiting the call of the jury. We're off the record.
Shaking hands after a battle. Everybody shaking hands with each other. I don't know, baby. I guess we was in a fight. So I am going to leave this room open. I'll start replaying some testimony in this room. The testimony that will be replayed while we're in verdict watch will be, I'll start off with Kiara's testimony. So I'll replay her testimony while we wait. I also am going to open up a room for our Georgia trial, so we can listen to the closing statements. And I think they're probably going to go into verdict watch very soon, but I at least want us to get us the closing statements for that trial also in. So if you want to watch those, like I said, I'll be opening up another room for that. So give me 1 second here.
I was having a hard time and debating things, and
Microphone, you do nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
yes.
Have a seat. Everything we do has to be recorded, so I'm going to ask you to move a little bit closer to that microphone. You don't need to lean into it. It just needs to be in front of you to catch your voice.
Okay.
If you'd begin by stating your name for the jury and spelling your last name for us, please.
I'm Kiara McCulley, McCulley.
Ms. Murphy, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, and can you just get a little closer to the mic?
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you. When is your birthday?
December 4th, 2002.
How far did you get in high school?
11th grade.
What's your mom's name?
Lanny.
When you go to October of 2022, where were you living on October 28th, 29th of 2022?
The garage of my mom's house, which is 5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. Did anyone else live in that garage with you?
It was me and Isaac.
Okay. Were there any parks or features, public spaces near that house at 5941 Jaguar Drive?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were a few schools and then there's a park just about a block away.
Do you know if that park had a name or the cross streets near it?
I don't remember.
want to talk about someone named Grace Jennings, okay? Do you or did you know somebody named Grace Jennings?
I did.
How old were you when you met Grace?
I don't remember the exact age. I just know I was in 2nd grade when I met her.
Okay. How did you meet her?
I was best friends with her little sister.
Going forward into your early teen years, what was your relationship with Grace?
We were friends for a while and then we started dating.
Okay. How long did you date?
About 8 months, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And what do you mean when you say that you guys dated?
Like, we were in a semi-serious relationship.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
That she was pretty much #1 above me in my life. She meant everything to me at the time.
What would you do, you and Grace, during that time frame?
We would go out, we would have fun, just be kids.
Did you eventually break up?
Yes.
Okay. And without saying anything anyone said or did, how did that breakup impact you emotionally?
It was really difficult for me.
Okay.
I'm the one who ended it, but I never really let go.
Keep up with them. I just sat them down earlier and then, all right, let me tell you
After
what I've
you
got and then we'll go through
and Grace
each
broke
of
up,
y'all's requests.
Did you eventually start dating somebody named Isaac
Me
Apodaca?
and I refer to.
How
this
did you
in
meet
the-
Isaac Apodaca?
in the
I
draft
had
have
talked to
already
Grace and we were
created.
just talking about
It
meeting up
is,
at the Santa Fe Place Mall so that I could see if she was worth bringing back into my life.
Most recent
And when I was there,
power
Isaac was there with her.
Okay.
So I have
And what happened?
issue and plea of not guilty.
We started talking
Presumption of
and
innocence, burden of proof,
hanging out. We were
reasonable
just
doubt,
doing what normal kids do, you know?
grave suspicion.
And then later in the
juries,
night,
judges have
he
long
walked me home.
facts,
And
evidence
the next day we
generally.
were supposed to meet up,
I
all
have
3 of
used
us,
the
and Grace
short
didn't show
version,
up,
direct
so it turned into Isaac and I switched date.
evidence.
Okay. And do you remember the year that that happened?
Witnesses,
2019.
expert witness.
How long did you and Isaac Apodaca date?
3.5 years.
Is Isaac Apodaca present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and tell me what he's wearing?
He's over here wearing a quite nice suit and a blue tie.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that this witness identified Isaac Apodaca?
She has.
Thank you. When you and Isaac were together, did you have pet names or nicknames for each other?
Yes.
Okay. What was the nickname that Isaac would use for you?
Puggle.
Puggle?
Yeah. It means baby platypus.
Okay. And what was your nickname for Isaac?
Otter.
And you stated that you lived together with Isaac?
Yes.
Where did you first live together with Isaac?
My mom's house.
And when you say the house, what do you mean?
It's the 5941 Jaguar Drive. That's the house that we were living in.
Okay.
We were in the bigger room at the front of the house.
Okay. In the main house?
Yes.
All right. And how long did you live in the main house together, you and Isaac?
It was on and off between there and other locations for most of our time together. I can't remember exactly how long.
Okay.
It was most of it.
Did you ever live in any other locations on the property at 5941 Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that other location?
The garage.
Okay. Why did you move to the garage?
Isaac was telling me that my mom wasn't really that great for me, so I needed to get some space.
Okay. Can you kind of describe the general layout of the garage?
We moved things around a few times, but when you first go in, to the right of you, there's the TV and a table, and the bed is right in front of you.
Okay. What size was the bed, if you remember?
It was a queen.
A queen? Okay. I want to talk a little bit about something that happened on April 4th of 2022. Without saying anything else, do you know what I'm referring to when I say that day?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Briefly, what happened on April 4th of 2022?
I was having a hard time and debating things, and I told Isaac about what I was thinking about, and he had a complete breakdown and attacked me.
What do you mean he attacked you?
He started beating me up.
Okay. Did you have any injuries?
Yes, he broke my thumb and left a lot of bruises.
And when you say you were debating things, what were you debating?
Our relationship.
Did you go anywhere for medical care after that happened?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to, which hospital was it? It was not St. Vincent's. What was the other one called? Sorry, it's been so long since I've been there.
It's okay. You went to the hospital?
Yeah, I went to the hospital.
All right. And did you speak to the police at all about that incident?
I did.
Okay. Did you pursue charges for it?
I did not.
All right. Why?
I didn't want to make his life harder, and I wanted him happy so he would come back.
What made you, did Isaac say anything specific about the charges or about not cooperating with the charges?
Thank you.
I don't really remember.
Unity, okay, we don't need that one.
After that incident, did you get back with Isaac?
I did.
Do you remember how long from when that happened until you guys were back together?
It was about 3 weeks.
How, if at all, did your relationship change after that incident in April of 2022?
For maybe a month, it was like a honeymoon stage, but then it went straight back to the abuse. Yes.
All right. Is there another word for sex work?
There are a lot of different terms, but yeah.
Is me referring to it as sex work a term or phrase that you're comfortable with me using to refer to what we're going to talk about? Okay. Have you ever engaged in sex work?
Yes.
Right. And what does that mean to you?
I would have sex with different people and get money for that.
Okay. How did that come about that you started doing that?
In 2020, Isaac and I were living in an apartment with his friend, and no one was willing to get a job or pay for anything, and he suggested that I start basically prostituting myself. And I told him I needed to think about it, and then he just said, I already have a couple clients for you, just go out and do it.
And when you say he, who do you mean?
Isaac.
How was payment rendered for the sex work? Who got paid and how?
I would be handed the money at first from the client, and then I would take it to Isaac, and he would hold on to it.
Why give Isaac the money?
I'm not even sure why I gave it to him.
Okay. Do you know what Isaac would do with the money from sex work?
From getting model kits to other things that I'm not sure about, he would just spend it on whatever he wanted.
Okay. I want to talk about things Isaac would tell you, okay? And can you explain to me what, if anything, you would believe in general that Isaac would tell you that maybe you feel differently about now?
Oh, there's so many things. He had me convinced that he was an angel. Had me convinced of a lot of different things, even an organization that doesn't exist.
Okay.
And I understand why I fell into it now that I've looked at it, but I'm very disappointed in myself still.
Okay. What do you mean you believed he was an angel?
He had convinced me he was the Archangel Gabriel.
Okay. What do you mean that he convinced you that he was the Archangel Gabriel?
When I first met him, he told me that he was the angel, but at first I didn't believe him. Then he started telling me things that no one knew about me. And maybe a part of me wanted it to be real. But then when I started really believing him, I just kept asking, tell me more, and he kept feeding it.
Okay. What sorts of things would he tell you as it relates to him being the Archangel Gabriel?
He told me my darkest secret.
What do you mean by that?
It's just one thing I never told anyone, not even my mom.
And you believed that he knew that because he was an angel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You said that he told you he was part of an organization and you believed that?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember what that organization was called?
He called it Ghost.
Ghost?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you started hearing about, from Isaac, an organization called Ghost?
It was maybe 2-3 months into the relationship. And he kept telling me that I could be a part of it and be a hero per se. Just one thing I wanted to do was be a hero to somebody.
What was Ghost, as Isaac described it to you?
A vigilante group that took out people that, by took out, I mean kill. People who are like pedophiles, rapists, even drug addicts. And just people that were considered bad.
Did Isaac tell you how he would communicate with other members of this organization?
He never told me how he would communicate with them.
Okay. What did you believe Isaac's role in this organization called Ghost was?
He told me he was the one who started it.
And you stated that the purpose was to kill people. Did Isaac make any representations to you about what he had done in the course of his work for Ghost?
He had referenced that he had killed 40 people already, which is a high number.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
I want to talk about any sort of markings or ranking marks related to Ghost. Do you know what I'm referring to when I?
Yes.
Okay. What am I referring to when I say markings related to Ghost?
So he had given me a tattoo on my hand that it was supposed to say, this is, that I'm a part of it. I ended up covering it up.
Okay.
But I just, yeah.
In October of 2022, did you have a marking on your body related to Ghost?
Yes.
Okay. And who gave that to you?
Isaac.
All right. What, Kiara, Ms. McCauley,
Did not testify.
why did you believe these things about Ghost that Isaac would tell you?
I have single witness corroboration.
I'm not sure why at the time. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection. So really,
Also, you had accomplished corroboration.
I just wanted somewhere to belong.
Yeah, and, okay, so I have, before we get to that one, I have the statement of the defendant. And I
Did
did
Isaac
not
ever
put all
show
of
you
the
anything,
Miranda stuff in there.
Related to Ghost, and by that I mean
But I did
messages with other
leave
individuals, or did he provide any
initially,
physical proof to you that he was part of this organization or that the organization even existed?
The closest thing was when he got on the dark web. But that's it.
And what do you mean by that?
He got onto some, I'm not sure how, but there was this part of the internet where he was finding like very inappropriate videos that I do not ever want to see again.
Okay. I want to talk about Grace again. In October of 2022, did you have any beliefs related to Grace and something that may have happened to you?
Yes.
Right. In October of 2022, what did you believe Grace had done or helped do to you?
So the pattern
I
statement
believed
of the
she was
defendant
part of
says,
a
statement
rape
of the defendant allegedly,
that
and it says,
I'm not
maybe
even
while
certain
cuffing
now
has been
is real.
offered for your consideration. So determine whether the defendant's statement is
How did
voluntary.
that idea that Grace
and
had
if
been
the
part of a rape come about? Where did that originate?
Isaac started telling me about a video that he found that looked like me.
And what did he say was happening in the video?
He said that there was a gang rape in that video and it looked like a girl like me, but he got it taken down and he never showed it to me, but I believed him.
Well, what role would Grace have had in that video?
He said that he saw her getting money out of the deal.
When did you start believing that Grace had essentially facilitated a gang rape for you? How far into your relationship with Isaac?
That was about 6 months.
When you started to believe that Grace had facilitated this rape, how did that make you feel?
It made me angry, it made me sad, depressed, all these different emotions, very confusing emotions, all hitting me like at a point where I'm like, someone I love could have done something that bad.
What specific feelings did you have about it as towards Grace at that point?
I was extremely angry with her, and I wanted her to feel the pain I felt.
I want to talk very briefly about something on Halloween in 2021, so a year prior to everything that happened with Grace. Do you know what I'm referring to when I say Halloween of 2021?
I believe so.
Okay. Briefly and generally, what happened on Halloween in 2021?
I had thrown a party and no one showed up, so I got really upset. And I called one of my clients, and Isaac came along with, and then someone put something in my drink, and I was raped that night.
Did you get medical care for that assault?
Yes, there was a rape kit done.
After, you said it was with a client?
Yeah,
Okay,
he was a client turned to friend almost, I thought.
Did you or Isaac get paid for that night?
I'm not certain.
After that, did you do any more sex work?
I did.
Whose idea was it for you to continue doing sex work?
It was Isaac's.
And what do you mean by that?
I kept telling him I didn't want to do it anymore, but he kept setting people up so that I could just keep getting paid.
Okay.
Seems to be the only thing he wanted.
Do you recall how, for lack of a better word, you would advertise for the sex work?
Yes, there was an ad on Skip the Games, which Isaac put up for me.
And what is Skip the Games?
It's a website for escorts and prostitutes, I think.
Okay.
I was never personally on the site.
Other than creating the account or the profile, did Isaac do anything else as it related to you and images being on the site?
There were some photos that he took for specific clients.
All right. In October of 2022, Kiara, prior to the incident, at that point, what were your feelings towards Grace? How strong were they?
They were pretty strong. I just wanted her out of my life, but part of me still wanted her around. So I kept messaging her. And then I'm like, wait, what the hell am I doing? Because I felt almost hatred. It's on a thin line.
Who, if anyone, did you talk to about this hatred for Grace? Prior to October 28th?
Yeah. Well, Isaac, I've talked to him about it a lot. And then I know I talked to my friend Jeffrey and Brady, and I also talked to my friend Kianna at the time. I know I talked to a lot of people about it, but I didn't realize how serious it was.
Okay. Was there a part of you that wanted Grace dead?
A part of me.
All right, let's talk about the night before everything happened, okay? So we're going to talk about October 28th of 2022. Do you remember anything about that day?
Yes.
All right, what do you remember?
So that day, well, it was at night when everything started getting intense for me. It was, Isaac had straight up asked me, do you want to kill Grace? And I said yes, not realizing what he was about to do was bring her to the house. So I went to the park, told them to meet me there, and we'd just get it over with. By it, I mean the murder. I'd get it over with so he would stop being so pushy. And then he changed the plan completely.
Okay. Let's talk about this first part, and then we'll go on in a minute. Okay. Where were you when Isaac said, do you want to kill Grace?
I was in my room.
And what do you mean by your room?
The garage.
Garage, okay. And after he asked, do you want to kill Grace, what did you say?
I said, duh.
Okay. All right.
All I said was, duh. And
what happened next?
he told me that he's going to bring her over. I said, no, that's not a good idea. You know how I feel about this. And then he started saying, well, you could rank up and ghost and all kinds of stuff.
So you told him you did not want Grace to come over after all?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I said.
And then you said you went to the park to get it over with?
Yeah.
What were you wearing when you went to the park?
I was wearing LARP clothing, which was like armor and a cloak.
Were you carrying anything with you?
I had my sword with me and a few knives.
Did you have any electronics with you?
My phone.
And what was your plan once you got to the park in terms of if Grace had come to the park?
If she had actually gone to the park, I would have just attacked her, was my plan. And then, well, first we were going to try and take her to the tunnel system, but try and convince her. Oh, I hate thinking about it.
Let me stop you there. What do you mean that you were going to take her to a tunnel system?
There's just a bunch of tunnels around my house.
What do you mean?
They're like drain tunnels.
Like storm drains?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you said that, or did you actually make it to the park?
I made it to the park. They did not.
You stated that Isaac changed the plan. What changed?
He texted me saying, let's just come back to the house. We'll figure it out from there.
Did you go back to the house?
I did.
And when you walked, did you walk into the garage?
Yes.
When you walked into the garage, what did you see?
I saw Grace sitting on my bed.
Okay. How'd that make you feel?
A lot of anger all at once. And Isaac was just doing his thing.
What do you mean by that?
He was like, sitting there acting like it was nothing.
Okay. What happened next?
They started smoking weed and I was drinking a little bit. And throughout the night, it was just, my anger kept growing.
At some point in this early part of the night, not the next day, did Isaac leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how was it when it was just you and Grace in the garage?
At that point, I started feeling really bad for her because she had just gone through a breakup herself.
Okay.
That's why she needed a place to stay that night. And I did try to set my feelings aside and just be somewhat supportive. It was really hard, but I tried.
Did Isaac come back?
He did.
Okay. After Isaac came back, how did the rest of the evening go in terms of how everyone interacted?
Well, Grace started trying to sleep. I don't know if she actually ended up sleeping or not, but she was acting like she was. Isaac was at the foot of the bed, and I was in Isaac's usual spot, which is on the left side of the bed.
Okay. When you say Isaac was at the foot of the bed, what do you mean?
I mean, he was, so Grace was in my spot on the right side of the bed. I was on the left, just laying down. And Isaac was laying at the foot of the bed where, horizontally in perspective.
Okay. And when you say the right versus the left side of the bed, which side of the bed would be the side that had the refrigerator next to it? Do you recall a
That
small?
would be the left side.
The left side. And is that the side you were laying on?
Yes.
Okay. And so the side closer to the large garage door would be the right side?
Yes.
Okay. And who was laying there?
Grace.
How did it feel having Grace in your spot?
I did not like it. Very much did not like that.
Okay. So while Grace was either sleeping or maybe not sleeping, and you were all three in the bed, what were you and Isaac doing as the night went on?
We were texting and trying to figure out what to do. And he kept handing me knives and stuff too, and I couldn't pull myself to actually do it at that time.
Okay. Kiara, were you dragging a dagger or a knife across Isaac's face at any point?
No.
Were you poking Isaac in the back with a knife or a dagger at any point?
No.
Kiara, what, if anything, were you doing with a dagger or a knife as it relates to Isaac's back that night?
Nothing. I was kicking him, but that's it.
Okay. And when you were communicating with Isaac, while you guys were both in the bed, I think you just said texting, what device or devices were you using?
I was using my phone.
Did you use any other device or devices that evening?
Just the TV.
Okay. For purposes of communication, what, if any, devices did you use?
Just my phone.
You stated that Isaac handed you a dagger or knives. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall kind of where in the evening that started to happen?
That was after Grace had seemed to have fallen asleep. But I do remember holding the dagger above her, and he put his hand on the pommel, the back of the knife, and tried to push it, but I jerked back.
Why?
It didn't feel like it was right.
We've seen the messages between you and Isaac. Do you recall messaging back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use Isaac's phone what, if any, action did you take using Isaac's phone throughout the course of the evening?
I didn't use his phone at all.
Okay. What, if any, action did you take using a cell phone that was on the refrigerator next to the bed?
I didn't use that either. I honestly forgot that was there.
Do you recall what your Facebook username or handle was?
Froggy with 3 G's and an IE, and McCullough.
Do you recall what Isaac's Facebook username was?
I believe it was null void.
There's a portion in the night where you send probably about 100 times like a little dog or corgi or sticker or cartoon. Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I was trying to annoy him.
Okay.
Get his attention.
What, if any, conversation do you recall having about cleaning up a mess?
I remember some of it.
Okay. What mess would you be planning to clean up?
Grace's death.
Did your sword have a name?
Yes.
What was it?
Zera.
Can you spell that?
How did I spell it? I don't think I remember how I spelled it.
Okay, but it was Zira?
Yeah.
So you said that at one point you had the dagger up and Isaac was pushing on it behind your hand?
Yes.
Okay. Why not just kill her then?
I couldn't bring myself to do it at that point.
Okay. What do you recall about what Isaac was telling you throughout the night?
Could I get some water?
Yes.
Sorry.
Take just a second.
Thank you. He was telling me a lot of one that I remember him telling me is dull cuts like butter. That is something I remember him telling me because the dagger wasn't very sharp. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll wait. What, if any, messages do you recall as it relates to Ghost and murdering Grace from that evening?
He mentioned some place called the Barn. Said, well, if you don't do it now, we'll do it there. And I don't know what exactly he was talking about.
Had you ever been to the barn with him?
No.
Did you have a butterfly knife with you that night?
Not that night, no.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I had one at one point, but I lost it.
When did you lose it?
About a week prior.
Let's talk about the sword for a moment, okay? What do you recall about the sword?
It was extremely sharp, and it was a beautiful sword. If you could look at it in the view of art, that's how I like to view it. It was art. That
During the night, as you and Isaac are messaging, where was the sword?
it was on the floor next to the door, just to the right of the door.
Okay. So I guess I should ask you this. When you came in from being at the park, you stated that you had some armor and the sword with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do with the sword when you walked into the garage after being at the park?
I took it off my belt and set it down. I set it right next to me, which was right to the left of the door,
Okay.
right next to a bunch of cubbies.
Okay. And what did you do with your armor?
I just took it off and set it there.
Do you recall what you were wearing other than the armor?
Yeah, it was a blue sweater and pleather pants.
Pleather, like fake leather?
Yes.
All right. So throughout the night, as you and Isaac are messaging, did the sword stay in that same spot where you had put it down when you'd come in from the park?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the dagger throughout the night?
Multiple different places. At one point, he was holding onto it. At one point, it was next to me on the floor. And then there were a couple points where it was on our hands, and we're trying to figure out what to do.
How much sleep did you get that night?
None.
Why?
At the time when I fell asleep angry, Isaac always told me that I was grumpy. He didn't like how I would act, so I wouldn't sleep when I was angry. And I was awake for a very long time.
I want to go now to the mid-morning hours, okay? Did you and Isaac make a plan referred to as Operation Fake Kickout?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
I was pretending to kick Isaac out so I could get Grace to leave, because I was trying to back out.
Okay. And do you recall the final message?
So, I see some are wondering what happened with the Kianna Bell Georgia one. Well, first of all, just so y'all know, they are in the verdict watch, so I'm getting a verdict watch clock up here for them. But what had happened was, that's when you know when somebody lying. But I ain't lying. I'm not lying. They be like, but what happened was, no. So the issue is I cannot figure out on the cuff, on the fly, how to keep one room's testimony to going into another room's testimony. So I can't play both of them. And considering that most people wanted to kind of stay over here in Isaac Apodaca case, I didn't want to close this one down in order to open up the Kianna Bell. But if you want, we can also we can watch the Kianna Bell closing arguments in here. They are at verdict watch, so I do have the clock up, and that's going to be the one in blue. So also we have Carlos Dominguez, you know, the one with the retrial. That one is also in verdict watch. I'm almost sure they were doing closing arguments. So we got like 3 cases that are in verdict watch right now. I know we didn't watch the Carlos one fully through, but just to let y'all know that is out there. So I'm trying my best to have everything. So yeah, we got 2 verdict watches, and then we got Carlos that'll be in a verdict watch too, I'm assuming. So I'll keep an eye on that when that verdict comes in. And each verdict as they come in, we'll just play them here, and we'll verdict watch all this shit today. Yeah, that's right. Everybody go to jail. Don't nobody go past go. Everybody go to jail today. That's all. That's what we doing today. Just everybody go to jail. I know. I want to know what she had for lunch, and I want to know like why she. I don't even know if I would have came back. So I got her clock watch up in the top corner. I got his down here at the bottom with the verdict watch. So yeah, here we go. This is what we doing today. We just all over the place. Y'all know we just figure it out as we go along. That's all. That's all I can tell you. Now, if y'all want to watch her closing arguments, I have no problem with playing them. I'll just play them in here. We won't move rooms or anything like that because her closing arguments were not that long. I think maybe an hour. Okay, here we go, guys. We'll finish with old scary lady here. She looks so scary to me, like so super scary. But that's just my opinion. So super scary.
Messages Isaac sent to you before everything happened?
Not completely, but I do remember him saying that she had admitted to doing something to him.
What did you take him saying she admitted to doing something? What did you think that was referring to?
That was referring to the rape. That's what I thought it was meaning.
How'd that make you feel to hear Isaac or to see Isaac message that Grace had admitted it to him?
I was hurt. I was angry. I had so many mixed emotions. It's like, to the point I actually cried a little bit.
Once Isaac sent you that message or those final messages, what happened next?
We were getting up and like trying to just act like everything was normal for a moment.
Where was Grace at this point?
She was sitting next to Isaac at the foot of the bed.
Okay. Where were you?
I was standing in front of them.
When you say standing in front of them, what would have been, say, to your back?
The door, the front door. Small.
What happened next?
Isaac handed me the sword.
Okay. What did you take that to mean?
And it's time to do it, and I had no choice.
At that point, how were you feeling emotionally?
Overwhelmed.
What happened next?
He told me he would hurt my mom if I didn't do it. Because I was standing there like, what the fuck are you trying to make me do?
Okay. Then what happened?
Then Grace started laughing at me like it was some big joke.
How'd that make you feel?
It brought all of my anger out in one spot.
What happened next?
And I closed my eyes and swung the sword.
When you made that first swing, where was Isaac?
He was right next to her, on her right.
When you swung the first time, what did Isaac do?
And he got up and he started saying, come on, finish it, finish it, finish it. And then he ended up leaving for a little bit, and I did. I finished the job, as he would reference it. And then he came back, told me, go take a shower.
Let me stop you there.
Sorry.
While you were murdering Grace, were you saying anything to Grace that you recall?
Just say, I'm sorry. I just kept telling her, please just apologize and I'll let you go.
Where on the bed or in the room did Grace die?
She was on the bed.
You stated that Isaac then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you in the garage when Isaac came back?
I was standing next to the door.
Okay. And where was the sword?
It was on the bed at the time.
What, if anything, did Isaac say when he came back?
He told me to go take a shower.
Okay. Did you?
Yes.
All right. How long do you think it took you to shower?
About 15 minutes.
When you came back, or after you left the shower, what did you do?
I got dressed, grabbed a couple towels, and started heading towards the garage. Because Isaac had told me that he was going to clean it up.
What was your plan for once you got to the garage?
I was just going to give him a hand.
When you got to the garage, what did you observe?
I saw her body on the floor, the sword on the table, and I freaked out.
Okay. What did you do?
I locked the door, ran back into the house and the main house, and realized what had just happened.
When you were exiting the garage and headed into the main house, did you see anyone?
I heard the cops.
Was Isaac present at any point from when you, or well, let me ask this, when was the last time you saw Isaac?
When he came to tell me to take a shower.
When you went back to the garage, where was Grace?
She was on the floor.
Is that where you had left her?
She was on the bed when I left.
Do you remember any injuries to your hand or hands?
I got a couple cuts on my hands from the sword. Exhibit.
Ms. McCauley, you're testifying today pursuant to a plea agreement you've accepted, is that correct?
Yes.
And what are the consequences, without saying any numbers, if you do not testify truthfully today, what is your understanding of the consequences of lying?
I could get more time.
Could you also face additional charges?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. McCauley, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91, okay? I'm going to hand this to you and just ask that you review it, and if you tell me if you recognize what it is, okay? And you can look through the rest of the document if you need to.
Yeah, I recognize this.
And I'll just have you look through all of it really quickly.
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 91?
My plea agreement.
Your plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this the plea agreement that you signed and accepted and was filed into court last January?
Yes.
And did you plead guilty to aggravated murder in the second degree?
I did.
Did you plead guilty to conspiracy to commit first degree murder under willful and deliberate?
I did.
And in exchange for that plea, are you agreeing to fully cooperate in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 91.
Any objection to 91?
No objection from defense.
91 is admitted without objection.
And I don't intend to publish at this time. Kiara, you stated today that the injuries to your hands were from the sword. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall doing a police interview with now Sergeant but Detective Javier Vigil back on the day of the murder?
A little bit, yes.
How were you feeling during that interview with then Detective Vigil?
I had a lot of adrenaline at the time. I was freaking out a lot, so I was having a hard time communicating clearly. Like, I was saying crazy shit because I was also kind of excited to talk to someone who wasn't Isaac.
Okay. Do you recall what you told Sergeant V. Hill as it relates to how you'd gotten the injuries on your hands?
I don't remember exactly what I said.
Did you tell Sergeant V. Hill that it happened from dropping a knife a day prior?
I don't think so.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Kiara, were you fully honest with Detective V. Hill during your police interview?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I lied about what I thought happened. So I said I don't remember, but I remembered a lot more than I wanted to.
Why'd you lie?
I was scared.
Talking about the messages between you and Isaac, there are times that you ask him to commit the murder of Grace. Do you recall saying that?
I remember telling him to do something, anything. Whether it was kill her or get her the fuck out. Sorry. I didn't care if it was to get rid of her, just get her to leave somehow, or kill her, get it over with, just do something. Get her out of my space.
Okay. What did you think would happen for you as it relates to Ghost if you had killed Grace?
I would have ranked up and been officially a part of it. And
Can we approach John?
I would...
Ask that, Kiara, what did you think would happen as it relates to you and Ghost if, and when you murdered Grace?
I believed I would rank up in Ghost and that I would get paid as well.
Is there an amount of money that you thought you would get paid?
He didn't tell me the exact amount.
You've had two other interviews. Do you recall those? One with, another one here at the courthouse with Detective V. Hill?
Yes.
Okay, and then another one with some of Isaac's attorneys?
Yes.
And were you fully honest in those interviews?
Not fully.
What do you mean by that?
I was scared to say that. I said that Isaac had swung first, but in reality, he just handed me the sword.
So Isaac Apodaca Well, did Isaac Apodaca take any swings using the sword at Grace's body?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Should have clarified, in your presence.
In my presence, no.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Kiara, have you been truthful today about your role in the murder of Grace Jennings?
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel?
Yes. Good morning, Kiara.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. Okay. Kiara, you did multiple interviews in this case, as you discussed with Ms. Haley, the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one was initially with Detective Javier Villal on October 29, 2022, correct?
Yes.
The date of the incident? You had no attorney present then, correct?
Correct.
And you were charged with murder after that interview?
Yeah.
Okay. The other interview was with your attorney and the prosecutors in this case on October 1st, 2024, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Based on your cooperation in that interview, you entered the plea agreement that Ms. Murphy showed you on February 11th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After your plea agreement, you did a pretrial interview with your attorneys, Mr. Rule and Mr. Clark, the prosecutor, and members of Isaac's defense team, which would include myself and Mr. David Meek, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as part of your agreement, you entered a guilty plea,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Second-degree murder?
Yes.
Okay. And your cooperation with the prosecution is part of that plea agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that your testimony here today could affect whether the state actually recommends that sentence in the plea, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have every reason to minimize your own responsibility here today, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have every reason to maximize Isaac's responsibility, correct?
I understand that.
Yes or no?
Yes.
The more blame you place on Isaac, the better it is for you, correct? Kiara?
Objection, Your Honor.
Come on up.
Now, your story has evolved or changed between the 3 different interviews that you did, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You became more accusatory of Isaac as time progressed, correct, Kara?
Seeing what happened, yes.
Okay. And in fact, in your first interview, when you didn't have attorneys and you were just meeting with Detective Ehill, you never said anything about Isaac handling a sword, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the interview, again, was done without an attorney present, correct?
That was correct.
Okay. Your second interview was done shortly before you took the plea in this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That interview, again, was done with your attorneys present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How far is your mom's house from the detached garage you were staying in?
It was about 15 feet.
15?
15 feet-ish.
Okay. So maybe, no, I guess we'd speculate, but 15 feet. So it wasn't very far, right?
Yeah, it's not
You,
too far.
you could hear what was going on in her house
Not really.
sometimes? If somebody was screaming?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would
And-
think so, but
Okay. And if she was in her house, she could hear somebody screaming in your detached garage?
she usually has the TV on loud enough that she wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Okay. Now, you have stated that, you stated that you had strong feelings for Grace, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't believe that Grace ever showed any real feelings back towards you?
When we were younger, she had feelings back for me, but as we grew, I don't think she had any feelings anymore.
Okay. And that was a source of discomfort for you?
A bit.
That bothered you? Okay. And Grace was cheating on you a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, another issue. How much were you drinking that day?
I had a pint. I'm not sure exactly how much I drank.
Okay.
It was within that.
Were you drinking a little? Were you drinking a lot? Drinking
I
a few?
wasn't drinking all that much. It was just a lack of sleep that was like not helping.
Okay. Would you have drank a whole bottle and a half of Jack? Jack Daniels? Tennessee whiskey?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Would you have said that at some point?
I think I did.
Did you in fact say that in the interview you had with prosecutors, your attorneys, Mr. Clark and Mr. Rule, right before you took the plea agreement?
I don't remember.
Okay. But that is something you could have said?
Possibly.
Okay. Now, in your initial interview with Detective Vijo, you had stated that you only had a few sips of alcohol, correct?
I don't remember, honestly.
Would it help if I refreshed your memory?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes,
Witness to refresh, Your Honor?
yes.
I haven't heard anything yet. Yeah, I hear.
Did that refresh your memory, Ms. McCulley?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated in that interview that, or that you had a couple of sips?
Yes.
Okay. And so, safe to say that your story then changed, and you said you had a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is it safe to say you were pretty out of it that day?
I was.
And you didn't have any real recollection of what was going on that day, correct?
It was fuzzy, but I
No,
remember.
that's all? Yes or no? You didn't have any, don't have any real recollection of what happened that day, yes or no?
No, I remember a lot.
You remember a lot after drinking a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels?
Yes.
Stated that you stooped over Grace with a sword and asked her to apologize?
Yes.
Okay. She wouldn't and you kept stabbing her?
Yes.
Okay. You also believed you were drugged by Grace previously?
Before the incident, yes.
Okay. Move your approach, Turner.
Yes. Continue.
Over what period of time did you drink the bottle and a half of Jack that day?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay. Do you remember roughly how much you weighed back then?
It was about 160.
I keep forgetting that this is not live. Just so y'all know, from my understanding, I don't know if the jury has been let go or what the deal is, but shout out to Christian. Of course, she always, want to keep us right on top of things, even if she can't be in the chat, but baby. It says the courthouse is experiencing a blackout. There is no power. Our camera is down, but the security cameras are also down. That's not good. So just so y'all know, that's what's going on as of 12, a little bit earlier in the Apodaca, but I don't know if they let them go. I don't know if they back there doing the devil stuff, I don't know, but we got verdict watch for 2 trials, so we'll hang in here, guys. If y'all hear anything or see anything, please let me know. Like, I'm trying to watch all these different verdicts, so yeah, just let me know if you see anything. Okay, here we go.
The time?
Okay. So you don't remember how long or How long you been drinking for that day, correct?
Correct.
But it was that day.
It was a mix of that day and the night before.
Okay. So you're drinking into the night and into the day.
Yes.
Okay. You had stated that Grace had pulled a knife out at you because you have a big mouth and always say what you think, correct?
Not exactly, but I just said a joke and that she didn't like.
Okay. So you're not necessarily a very passive person, correct, Kiara?
I am a very passive person, actually.
Okay. But you do like to say what you think?
Not so much anymore.
Okay, but previously,
When I was younger, yes.
you would say what you think to Isaac?
To Isaac, yes. I
Okay.
trusted him.
You also stated that Grace always had a knife with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your pretrial interview, you had stated that Isaac handed you the sword and started swinging at Kiara, correct?
Kiara?
Or at Grace.
He handed me the sword, and that's when I got the cuts on my hands. And then I swung.
Okay. So this is the same sword that you had ordered on Amazon, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted the sword, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you had an infatuation towards swords, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your mom was part of some sort of medieval sword club, correct?
It was LARPing, live action role play.
I'm sorry?
Live action role play.
Okay. And you grew up around swords, correct?
Well, not with one in the house, but she taught me how to fight with one, but we used sticks at the time.
So your mom taught you how to fight with swords.
Yeah, just for LARPing, and it's fun to LARP.
So at some point, did you kind of want to live out this fantasy of actually using a sword?
I bought it because I thought the end of the world was coming.
Okay. Now, you stated in the pretrial interview that Isaac had touched a sword and moved the sword, correct?
Yes.
And you state that was your testimony here today, that Isaac had, or your testimony here today is that Isaac handed you the sword, correct?
Yes, he handed me the sword.
Okay. Now, in the interview prior to taking the plea agreement with your attorneys and the state, you had stated something completely different, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. You would have stated that Isaac had swung at Kiara, correct?
Used the wrong name again.
I'm
but
sorry?
yes, you used my name.
Or Grace, excuse me.
Yes.
I don't like it good. You said that Isaac had swung at Grace, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the police interview, you didn't say that Isaac handled the sword at all, correct?
I don't recall.
In the pretrial interview, you stated that Isaac had did this while you were in the shower, correct?
Oh, there was something that happened while I was in the shower. I'm not sure exactly what, because her body moved and so did the sword.
But you have no way of actually knowing this, correct?
Just that it moved because I
Okay.
saw it.
Now, you had no coaching before the interview you initially
Oh my
did
gosh,
with
I was up
Detective
there
Vito,
talking the whole
correct?
time with the
Correct.
thing on mute. Man, bad.
Okay. But you were prepped by your defense.
No, I was saying that I seen a verdict. No, I was talking, seeing it, had the doggone thing on mute. So just so y'all know, it was reported that there has been a verdict reached. That was about 50 seconds ago. You know, Christian is gonna definitely take care of us while she out here in these streets, making sure we good. She sent the thing saying, hey, look, we got a verdict in the Apodaca case, the Yabba Dabba Doo case. So we are just waiting for them to actually come in and I guess give us the verdict. I'm assuming that the lights must have stayed on long enough for them to get what was done. I am just kind of checking out here on the streets to see if anything has came up. I am going to go ahead and continue to play our testimony until I see them actually come up with a live feed on the news station. Okay, here we go, guys.
Attorneys before doing the interview with the state before you took the plea agreement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
Stayed in your mom's detached garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Isaac needed a place to stay when he was staying with you, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you would kick him out frequently, correct?
No.
Okay. Isaac wasn't wearing a bodysuit or anything that day, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, you had also previously stated that you hadn't slept for 4 days prior, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How do you stay awake for 4 days?
Red Bull?
It's a lot of Red Bull.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, just to confirm, guys, that's me pausing. We do have a verdict in the Apodaca case. Looks like it's with less than. Look, I gotta figure out how we're gonna have to be able to change this. It cannot be 98.30 seconds, 0.04 tenths of some stuff. Like, I am not a math person, and I am not gonna be trying to figure that shit out. Nope, I will not. I will not. I will not. So it looked like it was like an hour, 38 minutes, 30 seconds, very close to that. We talk about less than 2 hours. Can I say that? That sounds about right, right? Let me see. I'll let y'all know when they have some camera movement, then that's when I will take us over there. Right now, we're still looking at the seal.
Could you just have been imagining things?
No.
Okay. Now, after all of this happened, you took a shower, correct?
Yes.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't call 911?
No, I did not.
So if Isaac had planned any of this, I mean, he totally missed the part of not calling 911, correct?
Correct.
Because he did call 911. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also stated that you've been seeing Isaac everywhere, correct?
When I first got arrested, yes.
Just as a foundation.
Yeah, clarify what you mean.
Okay. Again, do you remember doing the pretrial interview in this case with myself, my investigator, your attorneys, and the state's attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. And you have stated that you've been seeing Isaac everywhere, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Even in the jail?
He was very far in my head. And I would see him in the mirror from time to time. But I believe that may also be part of my spiritual beliefs.
Okay. Even in the mirror in the jail?
Yes.
Basically in places that Isaac wouldn't be?
Yes, and I knew it wasn't him.
Okay.
I knew he wasn't there.
Okay. Just answer what I asked you, okay, Kiara?
Sorry.
Okay. Now, this has been going on for a very long time, correct?
It stopped.
Okay, but previously it was going on for a very long time, correct?
It happened for about 2 months.
Okay. And you were seeing Grace as well, correct?
Her ghost.
Okay. Now, you also love weaponry, correct?
I think it's beautiful art.
Okay. And you said that the sword was beautiful in direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you brought the sword with you, correct, that day?
Can you clarify?
You brought the sword with you to the detached garage when Grace was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't want Grace in your house, correct?
Correct.
So anything Isaac could have done could have been a figment of your imagination, correct?
No.
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You wanted the sharpest thing to hurt her that day, correct? Grace?
I just wanted to get it over with.
You really wanted to hurt her?
I just wanted to hear her say I'm sorry.
Okay. And you did hurt her, correct?
Trying to get it out of her, yes.
I'm assuming they'll be coming in soon, so I didn't want us to miss none of, any of it, right? So that's why we are here. And I saw some head movement, so I don't want us to miss any of it. But in the meantime, you know what we can do.
Whoa, yeah! Courtroom packed and the cameras on. Folks all whispering won't be long. No more smirks and no more lies. Judge looked down with narrowed eyes. Bailiff waiting by the side door. Steel-toed footsteps on the courtroom floor. Old track buzzing like the verdict drop, but the jury room still got them locked. Hear the cell doors locked. No parole boy, baby, round the clock. One-way trip and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the and the bus won't stop. Everybody clap to the L-Wop-Bop. L-Wop-Bop. No feeling gonna save ya. On jumpsuit Taylor to make flavor. Sink that feeling when the gavel drop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. The L-Wop-Bop. That's the rhythm of the L-Wop-Bop. Case pause, courtroom tense. Everybody waiting on the consequence. One deep hush through the parking lot to the beat of the L-Wop-Bop. Everybody rise. Everybody rise. Everybody rise. Court is now in session. Today we're here for a special confession. The evidence is clear. There's no denial. It's your birthday. Here and take it to trial. All standing proud.
Well, that's the birthday song. That probably won't work today. Wait a minute. Unless somebody's birthday. Ha! I gotta figure out the name these songs, man. Oh man, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing when it is. LA lanes hot, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in jack. Sweet Pico Ave, yeah, she right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the field. California's running deep on line. 4 words, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the shade, yeah, we show up right. You lost downstream, we gon' got you high. California, yeah, we'll stay in the mix. 4 lanes, 1 flame, you can remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifty and she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy no matter how far.
She got that phone, pulling every string. Little love downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chat flying, yeah, she built to last. Where we at? Boy, we got her back. Pointed to the right string, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yeah, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock sticking in from across the map. Different time zones, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping the love in the chat.
Okay, I'll update my calendar.
Steady hand in the dark. Every stream only got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah, junkie, 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 junkie,
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jam to the ocean tide, from the lost lanes to the worldwide ride. California, yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this.
In D101CR 2023-25 with counsel and Mr. Apodaca present, we've been informed that we have verdicts in the case. Is there anything preliminary to taking the verdicts?
Nothing from the state judge.
Nothing for defense, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. A couple of procedural things just so that everybody's aware before we get started. I'll ask counsel after we take verdicts if they want the jury polled. And then I'll release the jury. We all stay in the courtroom until the jury is outside past the guard station on the first floor. So we'll be sitting for a while after we take those verdicts. Okay, let's have our jury, and we'll be off the record until they come in.
Okay, I'm assuming they're assembling the jury and getting them inside. I'm like, oh my gosh, now y'all are confusing me. Y'all know sometimes when I be sending messages, it be delayed. Like, it'd be like a short delay between it. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, like we gonna drive each other crazy.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record with the jury, counsel, and Mr. Apodaca all present. Mr. Foreperson, my understanding is the jury has reached verdicts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you would give the instructions and the verdicts to the bailiff, please. I need to review them, make sure we've got everything back, and then I'll read the verdicts into the record. The court has received, returned the verdict forms as well as the 22 jury instructions that were sent back to deliberations with the jury. Mr. Apodaca, counsel, would you please rise? In the state of New Mexico versus Isaac Sampson Apodaca, cause D101CR 2023-25, we find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in count 1, signed by the foreperson, the corresponding not guilty verdict form for count 1, and the two guilty and not guilty verdict forms for, for second degree murder have been left unsigned. With respect to count number 2, we find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit murder in the first degree is charged in count 2. The corresponding not guilty verdict form is left unsigned. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Do the parties wish the jury to be polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, either party has the right under our rules to ask that the jury be polled. So what that means is I'm going to start and ask each of you as to each count if the verdicts that I have received represent your verdict. So I'll start in the back row, and then I'll come around the back row, and Mr. Foreperson, I'll speak to you last. Okay. Juror number 1, with respect to count number 1, the jury has returned a verdict of guilty. Is this your verdict, and was this your verdict at the time the vote was taken?
Yes.
Juror number 2, as to count number 1, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 3, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 6, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 7, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 8, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 9, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 10, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 11, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Mr. Foreperson, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. The jury has been properly polled with respect to count number 1. With respect to count number 2, the verdict returned by the jury was guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Juror number 1, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 3, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 6, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 7, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Juror number 8, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 9, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 10, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 11, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. Mr. Foreperson, was this your verdict and is this your verdict? Yes. The jury has been properly polled with respect to count number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, having completed and returned verdicts, I'm going to discharge you as the jury in this case. So a couple of quick instructions and then I'll let you go. First of all the restrictions that were placed on you at the beginning of the trial are now lifted. You can talk to anyone you want to about the case. You can look up the names or any information about the case. All of those restrictions are lifted. You control all communications, so you can pick and choose if you want to talk to someone about the case and not to. Sometimes the attorneys want to speak to jurors. The way that happens, we have a special way of doing it. They have to notify the clerk of the court downstairs on the first floor. She would get the information and she would contact you and give you their contact information, and then you decide whether or not you want to return the call or the text message or the email. So you control all communications. No one should, none of the attorneys or their staffs or investigators or anybody should, come to your home or your work or anything like that to talk to you. If someone does approach you and you don't want to speak to them, simply let them know. And if anyone persists beyond that point, let me know and we'll put a stop to it very, very quickly. With respect to your service, since you've sat through an entire trial, I give you the option if you want to be taken out of the larger pool for the rest of your service. All you need to do is let Angel know, and he'll let the jury clerk downstairs know. If you want to remain in the larger pool, you can. You may or may not be called back during your term of service. And if you remain in the pool, you'd be contacted in exactly the same way that you were contacted to be present for jury selection and to come back for the trial. Any questions about any of those issues? Okay. The other thing, I need to make sure you leave your notes with the bailiff. Your notes, along with the notes of the alternates, will all be destroyed. Have you retrieved all of the exhibits? Okay. So that was the other thing I needed to check on. We need to have all the original exhibits back in the court's custody. The last thing I want to talk to you about is this experience. It is not normal for most of us to sit through a trial or a hearing or any kind of a forum where you've heard testimony from the Office of the Medical Investigator, you've seen crime scene photos, you've seen autopsy photos, you've heard the testimony in the courtroom. We've come to know over time that this process can inflict a type of trauma to individuals. So Angel will give you a pamphlet that's been prepared by the Administrative Office of the Court that just discusses that. I've been talking to juries now for over 10 years about this issue because I had a situation where a couple of years after a trial, I ran into, just by happenstance in the community, a former juror, and part of that conversation was how they were still had a problem, were kind of upset, disturbed by their experience. After that conversation, I asked them, what they had done to kind of process the whole experience. And the response I got was, well, nothing. I would suggest to you that you take some time in the next couple of weeks in whatever you normally do in your life to deal with complex emotional situations and things that you've been exposed to, that you take some time and actively process what you've been through. And again, whether that's having a conversation with a friend over a cup of coffee or going for a walk up at Aspen Vista up in the mountains, whatever you normally do, I encourage you to take some time to do this in the next few weeks so that you can kind of put this in context with the other things that have occurred in your life and hopefully help you to heal and move on. Do any of you have any questions for me about any of that? So what we're going to do is I'm going to discharge you in just a moment. Angel will walk you out. The rest of us will remain in the courtroom. Once you're past the guard station at the front of the building, then I'll release everyone else in the courtroom. Last thing I'd like to say on behalf of the court, all of my staff and the parties, we'd like to thank you for your patience. Didn't know we were going to have a power outage today, but thank you for your patience during the trial, your attention, your commitment to the process, and all the work that you've done. I discharge you as the jury for this case. Would all rise while the jury departs.
All rise.
Thank you all. If you go with the bailiff, please. You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Are they on? Do you know? We'll set sentencing probably about 30 days out. We'll send you a notice of the hearing and give you ample time to make whatever information you want the court to receive and to review before the hearing. Anything that you send to the court, you need to share with opposing counsel and send a cover letter indicating that you've done that. Okay. Is there anything else before we go off the record in this case from the state? Ms. Murphy?
No, Your Honor, nothing from the state of New Mexico.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca?
A few issues, Judge. First of all, I just want to inquire of the court, was the jury deliberating, if the jury was deliberating on the power outage, were they adequately supplied with technology and different things?
They had their own lights back there. We provided them lights. They had verdicts. I was informed about not long after the power went out. And so they were sequestered in the back without anyone having an access to them until they were called into the courtroom now.
So they had a generator or something back there?
They were using cell phones and flashlights to light up the jury deliberation room.
Okay. And this is one case, Judge, where I think we'll need a mitigation report from a qualified expert in regards to Mr. Apodaca's history of trauma and various different issues. So I don't know if the court wants a formal motion to continue
Yes.
the 30, or if we...
Yes, we'll give you a date and then we'll need to file a motion.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
Nothing for defense. Thank you.
Mr. Apodaca?
The order for ad seg.
I'm sorry?
The ad seg order.
Oh, yeah. Can we have him removed from SEG?
Yes.
And phone.
I need an order. My administrative assistant, we have a video hearing, so she's back there dealing with that. So I'm not sure she's listening to us to prepare the order, but he'll be released from administrative segregation and his phone privileges are restored.
Okay.
Mr. Apodaca, you've been convicted by a jury of your peers. We're going to set sentencing out for about 35 days. It may be a little bit longer than that based on what your attorney just told me. But at this time, I'm remanding you into the custody of the sheriff of Santa Fe County to be held in safe and secure care until further order of the court. He's in your custody, Sergeant. Do you need to speak to him, counsel?
Yes.
Before they take him back?
Yeah.
Sergeant, if you'd give him about 5 minutes in the back before you take him down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, Judge.
Okay, we're off the record. The rest of us are just going to sit for a few minutes.
Yeah, so it looked like in Kianna Davis trial, they have a question, just so y'all know. So I don't think they have a verdict yet, just so y'all aware, for that one. But we kind of figured for this one, we'll put this on our sentencing calendar.
Alyssa, can you go away from the phone?
I don't know what's talking back to me, but I don't like things talking back to me. Who's talking back to me and why are you talking back? So I guess if anybody wants to look to see if we find any press conferences for this one, I think our plan should be at this point in time, since we do have another jury that's currently out. I think that what we should do is we should try to go and open up a new room. And I mean, if you want to come over, we'll watch the closing arguments. And while the jury is still out deliberating for Kianna, I think that jury, I don't think they're going to come back today, me personally. Yeah, I'm so glad that that he got exactly what he deserved. And I just hope her family, because like this is like the most lowest of the low, far as I'm concerned, in regards to how this young lady's life was taken. It's so disgusting. It was very brutal. And in the meantime, between time, guys, I still cannot get over the whole fact that Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, she only get up to 30 years. Now, I don't know when they gonna determine her actual final sentencing, and we have to check and see about that. But yeah, like I want to know. I really want to know, like, how is that part gonna work? Like, is she going to, what is it going to be? That would be my biggest thing for her. So, like, I don't want her to get out of jail, because I think that she, I think this was more of her than it was of him. But, that's just me. That's just me. That's just me. Yeah, instead of all that extra mess that they was trying to say about Grace. Yeah. You say what happened to free Isaac and all? He should have took the stand, Billy. If he would have took the stand, he might have had a chance. He had to do something. He gotta do something to rebut what she's saying. Yeah, yeah. Release him and all his hand tattoos. But he needed to get up there and testify. Well, and since he didn't get up there and testify and cry for his dear friend Grace, like I told him to, he need to go to jail. Sometimes you gotta suck up your pride and you gotta do what you gotta do, and that's what you gotta do. He didn't want to suck it up. He didn't want to do anything about it. So yeah, there you go. Just so y'all know, in a Davis stabbing retrial, they're doing closing arguments, so they have not went into verdict watch just yet. So what I am gonna do is, if anybody can find any pressers for me, I would truly, 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 truly appreciate it for me. No, he did not, Billy. He sure didn't. He definitely didn't. Damn it. I needed him to get up there and take the stand. Besides, they told me he was gonna take the stand, and then he chickened out, little chicken shit. Piece of shit. He could at least gave me that. But no, he couldn't. So go to jail. Right?
Go to jail, go to jail. 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 Ay, go to jail, go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect that 200, take your ass straight to jail. Gavel hit, case closed, now the truth and set sail. Take it to trial in the building, baby, straight to jail. Pulled up in court, yeah, the facts on deck. No filter, no fluff, we just call what's next. If the lies don't match and the stories derail, pack it on up, baby, straight to jail. Judge on the bench, whole chat going wild. Sweet Pete on the mic like, hold up, that's foul. You be the judge, but the evidence loud. When the verdict come back, we don't do no soft crowd. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail. Don't collect that 200s, take your ass straight to jail. No pass, go, no spin, no magical fairy tale. Take it to trial, said what? Take your ass straight to jail. Go to jail, go to jail, go to jail.
Yeah, it would be silence if I got everything muted. That makes sense. I be trying to make sure it doesn't, when I play the music, it doesn't give y'all the echo. So I be muting my headphones. But I was saying for the Tyler trial, I am going to go ahead and set up a room. We'll call it 2:15. We'll go over there and we'll start the closing arguments. Hopefully, I don't think they'll come back with a verdict today. I will be surprised, and I wonder what their question was. So maybe we'll start off with their jury's question, and then we'll go into closing statements, and we'll see if we can get a verdict in that trial today. In the Davis trial, just so y'all know, the defense has started their closing arguments, so they are not in verdict watch just yet. Okay, so that's just kind of giving you some updates. If anybody sees anything in regards to any pressers or anything that they want us to watch while we are over in the Tyler trial, please just let me know. Okay, so they've been over there deliberating for almost close to an hour and a half, and it may be a little bit shorter. Georgia, 3 hours. Hey, Christine. Yes, 3 hours. It's gonna be 3 hours. Oh, Malice M explain. I'm gonna let the jury question play. Thanks for that film, but that's interesting to know because I wonder what they have, what their charge conference is. You know, that was a big thing in the Rick Child case because they couldn't. Once, if malice is the thing, you know, the jury didn't convict Rick Child because he didn't commit malice murder. So I don't know if she have any second. I mean, I know she got malice murder. I can't remember all her charges. You say she about to go to jail? She going to jail? We gonna see. So I'm not able to redirect you guys over there because I took the stream down because I thought that we were gonna probably stay in here for the duration of our day. But you know, shit changes. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Yeah, so I deleted the live show, so I have to restart it. You say they taking the break until Friday? What? Let me see. Oh gosh. Say it ain't so. Let me see. Oh gosh. Frank got us. Wait, Frank said, look, they taking a whole break till Friday. Where they do that at? Hold on. What? Let me pull it up. Maybe we don't need a rule. They talk about they taking a break to Friday. Where they do that stuff at? How they gonna take a break to Friday?
Now, let me see this.
Crazy. That's the craziest mess I'd have never heard. Let me see here. If they taking a break to Friday, this is her chance to run. She need to run. That's what I can tell you. She need to run. If they taking a break to Friday, she need to be out of Dodge. Like, yeah, y'all take a break if y'all wanna. I'm about to break loose on y'all. They wouldn't be taking no break on me. Let me see.
All right, is that because we didn't turn the light off last time, or they got another question?
I believe it's the same light.
Okay. You ready? Okay, so we have a question from the jury. I am marking the written question. Number 1, it says, can we please be provided the definitions that were provided by the judge during the final instructions? I am assuming that they want the definitions for the charges specifically, but I need to ask that. So, counsel, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send them a question back in writing that says, do you mean the definitions for the specific charges? And if they say yes, then I'll bring them out and recharge them on that. If they say no, then we'll figure out what they do mean. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, no objection.
Mr. Dwayne?
There's no objection to it.
Okay. Take that and just tell them to flip the light when they have an answer for me. And we'll just sit right here because I'm 80% sure that's what they mean, but you know what they say about assuming, so I want to make sure I'm clear what they mean before we do that. If that is what they want, then I will I'll read just the charges and then remind them that they need to take that as part of the charge and consider all of the rest of the charge and reaching a verdict. There you go. Yes, the ones that explain malice, child cruelty, etc. Okay, so I'm going to recharge on malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and the 2 cruelty charges. You can bring them in, please.
need the alternates?
We do not. All right, I don't need the alternates. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have asked to be recharged on the specific charges, the definitions of each charge, so I'm going to do that now. I just will remind you that you're hearing the portion that is specific to these counts, but also you should consider those in light of the entire charge when you get back in there, okay? All right, malice murder. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder, or to be malice murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill without justification, excuse, or mitigation. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with a deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be malice murder. The state does not have to prove excuse me. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive that has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant, let me try again, y'all. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Count 2 charges felony murder with cruelty to children in the first degree as the underlying felony. Cruelty to children in the first degree is a felony for which I'll define for you now. Cruelty to children in the first degree, state must prove that the defendant maliciously caused cruel physical pain to a child under the age of 18. In deciding whether the defendant acted maliciously, understand that malice is not ill will or hatred. Malice in this context means an intent to cause the pain without justification or excuse. Malice also means willfully doing an act while aware of a strong likelihood that the pain may result. Count 4 charges felony murder with aggravated assault as the underlying felony. Aggravated assault is a felony which I'll define for you now. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with an offensive weapon. An offensive weapon is any object that is likely to cause or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. In deciding whether the unknown object is an offensive weapon, you may consider all of the following factors: nature and extent of any injury inflicted, the character or capabilities of the weapon, the manner in which it was used, any display of it to the jury, or any other circumstances of the case. Murder in the second degree. For murder in the second degree, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing cruelty to children in the second degree. The state does not have to show the defendant acted with malice to prove murder in the second degree. Let me define cruelty to children in the second degree for you now. For cruelty in the second degree, the state must prove that the defendant caused cruel physical pain to a child under the age of 18 through criminal negligence. Criminal negligence is a failure to act which shows a willful, wanton, or reckless disregard for the safety of others who might reasonably be expected to be injured by this failure to act. All right. Take that with all of the other, I want to make sure I define criminal negligence. I did. Okay. So take that in accordance with all of the law that I've given you and facts as you find them to be, and I'll let you resume your deliberations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My intention is if we do not hear from them again by about 6, I will inquire if they want to continue or go home for the night. If they go home for the night, we're going to have to resume Friday morning, which is not ideal, but I cannot be here tomorrow. So we knew we were going to have to work around that. So we'll just wait until we hear from them.
Is there a judge, Your Honor, that could potentially take the verdict tomorrow?
No, I don't think that's a good idea, because if we get questions or we get issues, that becomes more complicated. And I'm not sure Judge Smith or Judge Adams are available, but we'll see. Let's see where we are then. All right, we'll stand in recess till we hear further from them.
Okay, so now I see what Frank was talking about. So what the judge is saying, she gonna give them to 6 o'clock, so which is about 30 more minutes actually our time here. If they and check and see if they want to continue to deliberate. If not, then she's saying that hey, she got shit to do tomorrow. She ain't got time for this, and she have to see them on Friday. Okay, y'all got it. You say take the verdict off. Oh my gosh. I don't think they coming back in 30 minutes. So let's do this. Since I don't think they're coming back in 30 minutes, let's do this. I am going to go ahead and get up I'll get up the closing statements for this one. If anybody sees any pressers for the other one, if you could please just, wait a minute. Are they back live? Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Now I can't deal with all this extra stuff. Wait a minute. You know, too much stimuli don't do me well. If y'all don't know, Sweet Pea Gang, I don't do well with too much stimulation. Like, I want to be stimulated, but I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Wait a minute. The judge comes back on the bench, y'all.
The other thing that's messy in trying to answer that question is the death occurred on the 17th. And so, the elements of the crime, you see what so if it's felony murder and the aggravated assault, it's a little bit messy. So y'all take a minute and think about what you think is the appropriate response to that. I don't think there's any question that the law says, and the indictment reads on or about, or on or between, whatever. So I don't think that is dispositive of the issue. And then, hang on, I'm going to let you both say what you want to say. And so when you are telling me what you think about it, number one, also, does it matter which charge we're talking about when we're talking about the date? Because does the homicide happen the day the injury is inflicted, the day of death, either or, depending on how it's indicted? And so those are the sorts of things we need to consider when we're talking about how we respond to that question.
May I?
Yes.
So I've used a charge in the past where the date is not a material element.
Right.
And they can be charged with that, and I can run back to my office and try to find a copy of that.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I said the on or about. I probably can pull it right here for you. But I think that's the start of the conversation.
May I respond?
You may. Go ahead,
If you're please, normally an indictment will say that, but the indictments on all these counts say between the 15th day of November 2020 and the 17th day of November of 2020. The exact date of his offense being unknown to the grand jury. I say that because all of the counts say that. It doesn't say on or about.
Okay. But it does say on or between and the exact date being unknown. And I think that if you look in, so there are some cases, as he's saying, the date recited in the indictment is not a material element of the offense unless the indictment specifically provides to the contrary. So as long as the offense occurred within the statute of limitations. A date is a material allegation of an indictment if it is an essential element of the charged offense or if a defense such as alibi has been asserted. And that is not the case here. And let me look at the specifics of this. I'm looking at some cases, hang on.
I'm gonna rewind because I don't know. I know y'all asking me the question. Y'all saying what's the question? I guess that's gonna be important. I don't know if okay, here. Let's see.
The 14th, but the indictment lists 15th to 17th. And then the jurors would like to ask if we can come back tomorrow. So
it looks like it's something about the indictment with the 14th and the 15th. It kind of, I don't know. It's like she started, like they already knew what the question was. So she didn't kind of like speak exactly what the question was. Like she like in mid-sentence when she doing it. If that makes sense. But here we go.
first, on or about means if they think it happened on the 14th, I think that's sufficient. There is some language about that in the law that I want to be precise in how we charge them on that. And the other thing that's messy in trying to answer that question is the death occurred on the 17th. And so, the elements of the crime, you see what I'm, so if it's felony murder and the aggravated assault, it's a little bit messy. So y'all take a minute and think about what you think is the appropriate response to that. I do not think, I don't think there's any question that the law says, and the indictment reads on or about, or on or between, whatever. So I don't think that that is dispositive of the issue. And then, hang on, I'm going to let you both say what you want to say. And so when you are telling me what you think about it, number one, also, does it matter which charge we're talking about when we're talking about the date? Because does the homicide happen the day the injury is inflicted, the day of death, either or, depending on how it's indicted? And so those are the sorts of things we need to consider when we're talking about how we respond to that question.
May I?
Yes.
So I've used a charge in the past where the date is not a material element.
Right.
And they can be charged with that, and I can run back to my office and try to find a copy of that.
Well, that's what I was talking about when I said the on or about. I probably can pull it right here for you, but I think that's the start of the conversation.
May I respond?
You may. Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor, please. Normally an indictment will say that, but the indictments on all these counts say between the 15th day of November 2020 and the 17th day of November of 2020. The exact date of the offense being unknown to the grand jury. I say that because all of the counts say that. It doesn't say on or about.
Okay. But it does say on or between and the exact date being unknown. And I think that if you look in, so there are some cases, as he's saying, the date recited in the indictment is not a material element of the offense unless the indictment specifically provides to the contrary. So as long as the offense occurred within the statute of limitations. A date is a material allegation of an indictment if it is an essential element of the charged offense or if a defense such as alibi has been asserted. And that is not the case here. And let me look at the specifics of this. I'm looking at some cases, hang on. date is then you're not stuck. The date is not a material element, and as long as it is proved within the statute of limitations, in the absence of a specific allegation that is a material element or an alibi defense, then you're not stuck with the date. And in Townsend, this is actually a post-conviction argument about merger and whether these theft crimes merge. And the state is arguing that they do not because they were alleged to have happened on different dates. But they're all the same victim, the same stuff, and they do merge because the state failed to allege the date was a material allegation. So I think, whichever way you come at it, the answer is that the date is not an essential element of the crime charged as long as a crime has occurred within the statute of limitations.
And we will not concede that point.
Okay, then that's fine. And so, let me, I want to look at one other thing before I and if y'all look at Reed v. State, which is a Supreme Court case from 294, Georgia, 877. That's March 28th of 2014. Where the date is not alleged to have been an essential element, the defendant did not assert an alibi. And this is a homicide case, and so and in that case it was May instead of March, not within 24 hours. And the Supreme Court says even though it's been held that a definite date of an offense should be alleged in an indictment, the state is not restricted to proof of the date stated. It is sufficient if the evidence demonstrates that the offense was committed at any time within the statute of limitations, except where there's an alibi or it's alleged that it's an silly, any variance except in the absence of an alibi or being made an essential element is of no consequence. So I think the correct response is that hold on a second, let me think out loud. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to say and then let you both comment for the record as the law required. All right, what I would like to respond to this question is, the state is not restricted to proof of the date stated in the indictment. It is sufficient if the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt the offense or offenses occurred within the statute of limitations.
Can you repeat it again? Please.
The state is not restricted to proof of the date stated in the indictment. It is sufficient if the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the offense or offenses occurred within the statute of limitations.
I think that's okay.
And Mr. Greer?
Of course, I don't have any legal cases to cite to the court, but I would object to that.
All right. Your objection's noted for the record. I'm going to give that, I'm going to write that exact wording down to respond to their question.
And I have no objection to them coming back another day.
Okay, and I'm just going to tell them the choice is tonight or Friday morning at 9.
I would ask them to see if they'll return a verdict tonight, Judge, based on.
I'm going to let them choose if they want to stay tonight or they want to come back Friday. And I'll just tell them that they've been on our schedule, we're on theirs.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I need to not write and talk. All right, the state is not restricted to proof of date stated in the indictment. It is sufficient if the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt the offense or offenses occurred within the statute of limitations. And I also wrote, you may continue to deliberate tonight or come back Friday morning. The court will be unavailable tomorrow. Either is fine, just let us know. You may also take a break when needed. Mr. Davis, take that to them, please. No, I said the court is unavailable tomorrow.
No, the court is unavailable tomorrow. That's what I said.
That's what they want to do before we all disperse.
Let me see what they
And
want to
they've
do.
still got the light on, Bob. So,
Do you want to keep deliberating tonight or you guys want to come back tomorrow? The choice is yours.
know when they need us if they don't turn it on in between.
Hey, Maureen. So we're gonna wait and see what the jury decides in regards to if they want to come back or if they want to stay and play.
Stack on.
Paragraph of the
Oh man,
whether
she talking through the whole thing. I thought I was gonna be able to fast forward. They decided that quick? Gosh. I can read that.
Okay, the note says, we have one juror who says she isn't open to discussion, who is combative to the room. What do we do here? She said she will not change her mind in a million years. Please advise. So, the issue for the court is a juror should never surrender an honest opinion. But a juror does have to participate in deliberations. So my suggestion at this point is that we Allen charge them, because that talks about you have to listen to each other. Let me pull that and look at the pattern. Because we have to be very careful with investigating which it is. That a juror has a belief based on the evidence that they're unwilling to surrender, which the system is set up for, or whether a juror is just refusing to deliberate.
Judge, I would argue to the court, I don't think we've got far enough yet. I think it's probably too early to do an Allen charge.
Okay, go ahead.
I would suggest that we come back Friday morning and give them some more time to deliberate, and then after a period of time that the court deems appropriate, if the stance is still that way, then do the Allen charge.
Well, I think it's not so much the first paragraph of the Allen charge, but the second part that says each juror should listen to the arguments of the other jurors with a disposition to be convinced by them. If the members of the jury differ in their view of the evidence, that difference of opinion should cause them all to scrutinize the evidence more closely, re-examine the grounds of their opinion. Your duty is to decide the issues that have been submitted to you. If you can, conscientiously do so. In conferring, you should lay aside pride of opinion. Bear in mind that the jury room is no place for taking up and maintaining in the spirit of controversy either side of a cause. You should bear in mind at all times that as jurors, you should not be advocates for either side. You should keep in mind the truth as it appears from the evidence, examined in light of the instruction of the court. I would encourage you to continue this case. I mean, because just sending them home is not going to change the dynamic. I don't know that the dynamic should change. I don't know what, because combative is one thing, never surrendering an opinion in a million years is a different one from a legal standpoint. And the court has to be very careful in invading the province of the jury. However, I'm talking myself around into what I think is the appropriate thing. It is late. Everybody's tired. I think I'm going to send them home, tell them to come on back Friday morning at 9, that and I may, then we'll I'm open to thoughts on whether I should address, if I need to address this at all, or just send them home today.
I'm in agreement to send them home and bring them back Friday morning.
Mr. Groove?
I would think so also.
All right, if that's what y'all think. Bring them in for me, Mr. Douglas.
Do you want alternates, Judge?
Yeah, because we may need them.
else you want to tell them about?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day. We're going to stop here for tonight. Unfortunately, I have somewhere to be tomorrow that is not here, that I cannot get out of. So we're going to reconvene Friday morning at 9 o'clock. Now, you can go on any computer and watch this whole trial again. I need you to understand, you cannot do that. Don't look at MAZ, don't look at Court TV, don't look at Fox, don't look at WGXA, none of them, okay? That is improper, and it will affect the ability of this court to finish this case. Don't talk about the case with anybody over the weekend or overnight. Just try to put it in a box until Friday morning, okay? Don't do any independent research. Don't go looking stuff up. All of that is improper, okay? So you're just going to shelve it for tonight. I will see you back here Friday morning about, let's aim for y'all coming in at 8:45. If all 12 of you are in the room, you can start deliberating. As you're coming in the morning, if there are 5 of you and that's all, you cannot talk about the case until all 12 of you are present, okay? All right, leave your notepads in your chairs or in the jury room on your way out, and I will see you back here at 8:45 Friday morning, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, I believe that is Shane Howard, who has handed me another. She maintains she's being harassed by the foreperson about her vote. So I'm assuming, so we're going to send everybody home, let everybody cool off, and then y'all be prepared to discuss what is the appropriate remedy on Thursday and what, if any, investigation the court can properly engage in.
Judge, for that reason, I would want to make sure that the alternates are here on Friday.
Yeah, they will be. I've instructed them to come back with the rest. Anything else for the record?
Not from the state.
Nothing from us, Your Honor.
All right. Friday morning, y'all. We'll stand in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, this is gonna be a mess, a mess. The four-person bullying people, like, look, we're all on the same page, Shayna. You better get on the same page with us. Oh my gosh, y'all know this is gonna be a hot mess come Friday. Oh my goodness. I have never heard of anything like this. I'm not a lip reader, but I see the judge still talking. I can't tell what she's saying. So, oh my gosh. What a mess. And I think that if a person is convinced on whatever they believe, whether it's for or against, then let them be in the belief of that. Like, who are you to be sitting up here trying to change somebody's thought and process on something? Like, man, if you don't kick rocks, and how you gonna be pressuring them? Oh my gosh, so they are gonna probably have that juror come in, right, on Friday. They're gonna probably question that juror. They are probably gonna question the foreperson. But I think like this is a mistrial at the end of the day because certain fact that either way, if she gets convicted, like we got juror issues, right? And even if you have the alternates come, like, what do you mean? I'm telling you, I believe like the cousin is on there or something. This is crazy work. I've never seen anything like this happening. You know, where somebody just like, I'm not holding out, I'm not doing nothing. You know, come back there with the same, but I ain't doing nothing. I don't care what y'all tell me to do. I ain't doing it. Now what? What's up? I've never seen anything like this. So our plan, I don't know what we will do tomorrow. I will find something and let you guys know. I know we have not listened to the closing statements for this trial, but we could probably do the closing statements on Friday. Quiet is kept, and even re-listen to her testimony on Friday. Let me look out here in these YouTube streets. I'll see what Christian has us going. Yeah, Gabbard. Those are his parents with Ben Crump. That's about to go down. Yeah, that's about to go down in some shape, way, form, or fashion down there in Mississippi. Cricket lever, you know, that stuff. It's about to go down. But what I will do is I will find something for us to do tomorrow. We won't start real early. There's no reason for us to start that early. Oh yeah, we got a long time for that trial to happen, if there is a trial. Not saying that they don't even know if a murder occurred in that one. Marilda. Yeah, so they'll be back Friday, not Thursday, because court is gonna be closed, Blue. And that's okay, because that's what kind of jurors you need back there that's convicted on their standpoint. But in the same point, you don't want nobody back there bullying nobody. Yeah, the judge said she got a booty call. I don't know. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Okay, no, I shouldn't say that about the judge. Okay. Oh, gosh. She got a doctor's appointment. Whatever. She got an appointment that can't be moved. Soccer game. I have no clue. Shit. What goes on in Atlanta that you can't change? Maybe it's a doctor's appointment. Maybe it's another hearing. I have no clue. Let me stop doing jokes on jokes on jokes. Yeah, I think the reason why you like, hey, I had this appointment set up. I guess let me shut up. Oh gosh, look, I'm about to go into some more bad stuff again. So guys, definitely go over to Crime Club if you need to go over. If you know, Crime Club is the next best club for all the crime that you might need. While we're out, we will. I'm assuming like I said, we'll probably get back up in here sometime tomorrow. Do a short stream. I'll find something that we can do. I don't know if we should go into her. I think that we'll watch the closing arguments and her testimony while we're back in jury, back in verdict watch on Friday. So I'll see what's out there. Christian will probably send me something. I'm pretty sure she'll send me something for us to watch or do between tomorrow, so we can at least hang out and do our activities. Yeah, I just was hoping. I thought that they were gonna be done. I know the next big case that we gonna be prepping for is the Lindsay Clancy case. So we could watch some of the hearings for that case that we got going on. I just want to go back and look at some of the stuff because I know she didn't have a whole bunch of hearings. I know that her trial is supposed to begin Monday, but that's probably just gonna be with jury. We're picking the jury, and it's to my understanding, some people say it's gonna take 3 to 4 weeks for a jury to be seated in that case. So I would like to do some trial prep for that one, considering that we're going to be starting that one pretty soon. And that's going to be a very controversial case because some people are going to think that we got the mental illness and then we have, and it's with postpartum depression. I don't know any cases that have been like postpartum depression to this point. So yeah. So there's some difference. So I was going to start doing a trial prep, hoping that this case was going to be over, the Kianna Davis case. I thought this would be done today, and that we would be, case prepping, for our next big case, Thursday and Friday, and maybe Monday and Tuesday, depending on how long it takes to pick a jury. But it doesn't look like we're going to be doing that, straight through. So maybe we'll do some trial prep in that one on Thursday, tomorrow, and we'll do some on Friday. Yeah, Billy. Yep. The balcony. Yeah. Yeah, that whole thing is just like so I don't know. I don't know. I seen something kind of like similar to it, but the young lady that was convicted of something like this, she was actually in a cult, so it made it a little different. She got convicted though, where she tried to she unalived the baby and she tried to stab herself in the neck, but she was in a cult. Y'all probably know which one I'm talking about. Maybe I can find it as a comparison, but this one is a little different because I don't think young lady was not in a cult or anything. But this one, she was like in like a three-way marriage or something like that. Oh, they did? They have dropped him. Then I guess what case would it be? What would the case be, Marilda, if they dropped those charges? Trying to unalive herself? Don't tell me she gonna go to jail for attempted suicide that didn't happen. No way, no how. I will not believe you. Say it ain't so, Marilda. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough case. Just because the many and different dynamics around it, around that case, because you gotta kind of. I don't know if she would have just did that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. So I just don't. I don't know. Yeah, the young lady in the wheelchair. Yeah, and I think that postpartum depression can be really, 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 really a true thing. Like, I think that could really be somebody's life. Like, unfortunately, and sometimes when it's misdiagnosed or mistreated or not thought about. Like, I think that women in their bodies and those different changes when you have babies, like, it can be pretty traumatizing on your mental mind and that. But yeah, because I'm like, that gotta be messed up. Like, to then you survive, all your kids pass away, and you stuck in a damn wheelchair. Like, shit, no. Like, nope. They dropped 3 of the charges that take it to trial. The strain. So what is she going? What would she be going on trial for? If they dropped all that stuff, I guess that would be my question. Let me see. Dang. I'm gonna look into it tonight. Maybe that'll be something that we talk about, because I do want to. She had a ton of preliminary hearings. I haven't looked at not one preliminary hearing, but I would like to look at some of her hearings. She had one this month, just earlier this week, and she had one last month. So I would like to start looking at some of that stuff just so we can kind of have an idea of what's going on before we get in there. You just posted it from Google. You posted it in Discord. Let me see. Oh, where's my Discord? Yeah, I don't know if that's even I think that's very mentally ill. When I think about it, like, I'm like, you gotta be very mentally ill and then don't even do it right. Like, shit, she jumped off the dang on balcony and didn't even die. Like, holy moly. That's all bad. All she done did is put herself paralyzed in a dang on chair. Like, I cannot with that. All right, guys. Well, make sure you have on your notification bell. I'm gonna look into this. I'll see what we have going on for us tomorrow. We do know that Friday we'll definitely be back for this one. And like I said, for tomorrow, I guess my plan is that either we'll touch some bases in regards to this case, the Clancy case, or something else. I wanted to go into that case and kind of, because I was gonna plan on doing it over the weekend and do some short little things on it, but yeah, we'll try to see what we have here. Okay, I'm gonna look into it, Marilda, tonight and see what we can cover tomorrow. So that way we can just keep being, and then Friday we'll watch the rest of this stuff, the closing statements. We'll do verdict watch and all of that stuff at the same time. All right, guys, I'm gonna put our outro song on, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Shout out to thanks for the super chats. Shout out to all the new members. Truly appreciate you. Definitely out to the chat. If you're on a replay, Claru, make sure you put a letter in there. Just let me know. Just say something rather than nothing. I see you. I see you, Marilda. I be seeing you in the morning when you be posting. I know. I probably should respond. I don't know. I guess by the time I respond, we be online already. Yeah, I'm going to listen to that. Thank you, Marilda. I appreciate that. I'm going to look at that. We will be, you guys head over to Crime Club. That's where you're going to be heading. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and play our outro song. And that'll be that.
Sweet Pete's absent, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials are long, but the families here every night. Mars on patrol, shadows showing out. There's literally two corners where community's about. Therapists, you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes, magician keeping peace like never before. I've been a king, rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in, the ladies lose control. Down to earth, king with the warmest soul. Feel free, silence, and it's always on display. Very sweet and cheering folks along the way. And I'm really here for mess, saying keep the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keep the spirits waiting to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This core proves everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running the light. Speaks her mind every time we cut through like a knife. And Father brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Up a sweet pea backstage, making every stream last. Zach shows and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. Comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And then with the updates, always loyal, always true to true crime news. He brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. Scroll through everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the